Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service. And we're back again, finally, after I think it's been like 2 week gap per stream for this. But hey, Stories of Soul, the Gun Dog finale? Question mark. I feel like if I'd done one super long stream, I could have done an entire thing, but my voice can never survive more than like 5 hours of attempting to voice characters. Chapter 7. I've how many chapters? Who the hell knows? Let's see. How's the volume? Seems right. There we go. Function info. Oh, that tasks. You know the hangar because we started there. The fire control, visit engineering, doing our security checks. Because we have, well, we went over to the O'Brien after we got our power back online. And that turns out they captured something. Or found something that was in their hangar. Their crew's all dead. I stumbled into their hangar, activated this weapon system, which then hunted us down, but we managed to persevere with some clever tactics. And it's now, well, we've beaten the hangar already, but we'll go to the hangar again just to show you. It's a reminder. But there it is. Safely glued to the, should be fine, right? This quadruped thingy. Well, I can't see any signs of it going, like it's going to do anything. The sooner we get back to Europa, the better. If the hatch below the armor frame's damaged in the attack, if either of them need to leave the hangar, they're going to need to go through the main door. Hopefully we don't see any more active action for the rest of this mission. Yeah. By everything, both Junos are actually in pretty good condition, ignoring the burned out engines and Hansons at least. Thanks to Dalton triggering the arrest gear at the right time, Hanson's Juno was caught before it could get covered in the foam. A stack of crates is everything that Dalton could salvage after the crash. A good portion of our supplies were destroyed, sucked out into space, or stuck inside the huge mess. It shouldn't be a problem since we're heading straight back to Europa, but if we're out here much longer, it could become an issue. No one's actually had time to check on what we've lost. Let's head. Went to the mess hall. Let's head down to fire control. We've been ordered to carry out a security patrol by the captain. And with you being up to speed with what was going on in the hangar, that meant fire control was your next stop. As you step into the small room, you're surprised as Dylan turns around immediately. Hey, Lieutenant. Did they send you to check up on me? Just a standard security protocol. These nuts. How's it all going? Normally placid Warren officer rolls his eyes, theatrically slumping back in his chair, gesturing to the monitors all around him with visible frustration. Oh, you know, great. I've been ordered to remain on high alert, but the issue with the long-range targeting system is even worse than before, so I can't actually do anything unless we've got a target in visual range. Which means I've got to keep looking at every one of these screens all the time and nothing else. No music for him, so he's probably a bit grumpy. So, you know, living the dream. What's wrong with the long-range system? As if I'd know. Been things before. It's worse. That's how the enemy got the drop on us. We didn't know that they were there until they were right on top of us. Because otherwise the main guns could have been used, but had to resort to point defense weaponry. Otherwise I might have been able to get some shots in from the main guns. Might have been able to do something against the machine, at least. Not like the point defense cannons were any use. I swear, I almost got it so many times, but it moved faster than the cannons could. And even when I tried to lead the target, it was too erratic to figure out where it'd be. Ugh. A groan, Dylan slides further into his chair and kicks off the floor, sending the chair spinning in a slow circle. As he rotates, he glances over all the monitors before turning back to you. But yeah, anyway, the long-range targeting system is almost completely useless right now. It's been fuzzy since this morning, but it got way worse when that thing showed up. I tried to ask the chief to take a look at it, but she's still busy with the engines, and everything else is going on, so like, he looks over the top of his glasses at you and shrugs. It is what it is, you know. Dylan makes another rotation, this time gently brushing his hand over the targeting system controls, shifting their focus slightly as he rotates past them. So what's up with you, Lieutenant? You got pretty gnarly out there. Oh, it got pretty gnarly out there. You alright? You take a moment to rub your neck. You noticed it was beginning to stiffen and the pain was creeping in around the edges. Hopefully whatever the doctor had given you would hold out for a few more hours. Yeah, not too bad, Deez. Thanks for asking. That's good, yeah. I could see Hansen's Juno through the cameras. Pulled some pretty sick maneuvers. He must have been really hanging on in there. You think back to how you'd been thrown around the cockpit by some of Hansen's stunts. The experience of clinging on to the temporary passenger seat wasn't one you wanted to relive it soon. You're not wrong. Things got pretty well out there. I'm just glad we make it back in one piece. Yeah, I am, sorry I couldn't do more help you out with the gun dogs, weapons. You know, just everything was way too slow. You smile and wave your hands subtly to dismiss Dylan's concern. Don't worry about it, please. We couldn't do much against it either. I don't think there's anything on board that could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you might be right. Huh. We're only a scout ship after all. Silence hangs between the two of you, and you're about to make an excuse to leave before Dylan leans forward in his seat, looking you dead in the eyes, and speaks in a hushed tone. So, like, what is that thing, Lieutenant? What happened in the O'Brien? Is it Martian? Terran? What's the deal? Have we got the pilot yet? Place your hand on your hips before shifting your weight into one foot and crossing your arms instead. Whilst exhaling deeply, you break eye contact and look around the room at the monitors, finally looking back at Dylan, who sits there staring at you expectantly. Honestly, Days, I got no idea. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces and then came for the gun dog, and nothing we've got seems to have been able to scratch it. Dylan lets out a loud sigh, making his frustration obvious. Great. Okay. Well, thanks anyway, sir. Guess I better get back to these monitors in case another one comes looking for a friend. Sure, I'll check on you later, Deez. And with that, Dylan turns back to the wall of monitors, and you watch him begin to idly prod the controls, adjusting and shifting views on his screens and altering the focus on the others. You know, without long-range sensors, you'd have them just manually scan everywhere around us. That must be frustrating. There's points outside the ship. Which them without action. I guess it's the displays look fuzzier than others. You know, let's spend a visit to sickbay. Check on Hansen. Even before the elevator's doors open, your hand is raised to preempt the harsh brightness of the sickbay's lighting. The powerful aroma of disinfectant wafts into the elevator as the doors slide open and the light shines brightly through the widening gap. Accustomed to both these, I got my voice. Both these features of the sickbay, you're no longer bothered by them. Yeah. As always, everything appears in order, although you quickly notice that the doctor isn't at his desk. Looking over to the left of the room, you see a light illuminated above the doorway leading to surgery wing, with its large gallery window having taken on a frosted effect, obscuring the view of the inside beyond some vague shapes. The doctor had been able to patch you up pretty quickly, leaving Hansen to wait for the necessary procedure that now seemed to be underway. Looking back at the bed, you see Cassie tossing and turning uncomfortably, being fast asleep when you and Hansen were brought in, to the point where you worried if she'd been sedated. Right now she was fidgeting and groaning, appearing in genuine discomfort. Cassie, everything all right? You lay your hand on her shoulder and take her hand in yours. Hey, Cassie, can you hear me? What's wrong? Oh, it's you, AJ. How was the mission? Did everything... Yeah. That's a loud scream. Cassie yanks her hand away from yours, bringing it up to her head and using it alongside her free hand as if trying to hold her head together. I wonder. That jamming signal that came through the transmission that knocked her out previously is probably coming from that weapon. And having it on board, even if none of us can hear anything, is probably still giving her a headache. She new type? Completely overtaken by pain, Cassie thrashes around the bed. All you can do to stop her from throwing herself off it. Hey, Cassie, it's alright. Gonna be okay. You look around in panic, unsure of what to do. Your first instinct is to get the doctor Azarian, but he's in the middle of a surgical procedure. You don't think he'd be able to drop everything just to come to Cassie. Cassie, did the doctor leave you anything? Any instructions? Any tablets? Yeah. Cassie, come on. Anything? Pills on the counter. Yeah. Without a moment's hesitation, you dash over to the counter. Top, you can see a half-spent blister of tablets atop a box of more of the same. You grab a nearby small glass full of water from the hand washing station, and then take it to the tablets. Over to Cassie. Hey, Cassie, wake up and take these. Come on. You slide your arm under Cassie's back and gently bring her in upright position, keeping your arm in place to prop her up. Oh, hey, honey, what I was... These are the tablets you mentioned, right? Sandra, still in a daze, blinks at the glass of water and pills you hold up to her, slowly reaching out to take the glass and then some tablets. Oh yeah, the doctor said they'd help the headaches. Dreamily, she placed two in her mouth, and you help her with the glass of water. She drains it, and after you take it off of her, you lower her back down onto the bed. Thanks, sweetie. You remain standing over Cassandra for a few minutes, but it looks like she's fallen into the same heavy slumber that she was when you were brought down here earlier. Squeeze her hand before turning to leave, but before you can step away, you feel a gentle grip on your wrist. Hey, come back in a bit. I want to hear about your debt. Before she can finish the sentence, Cassie slumps back onto the bed, releasing you. Sure thing, Cassie. Can't make out much of what's going on in there. Probably for the best. Yeah, okay, I guess we'll head off to engineering. We'll swing by my armory, though. Right here. It's okay. Looks okay. Cool. Engineering. You pass through the stillness of the A thoroughfare and head onto the thrumming depths of the engineering department. As you make your way through, you look down for any sign of Chief. Starting with the catwalks, your workstations above you, and then machinery that fills the level you're on, and finally finishing your search by scanning the levels below you. Hey, Chief! Chief! You in here, Chief? Taking a deep breath, you cup your hands around your mouth and shout, Chief! You wait for a moment, with no response forthcoming. You decide that you can be sure the Chief isn't engineering. He's probably in the engine room. Despite the level of noise coming from all the various systems, it wasn't like engineering was that loud. Instead of carrying on your search for Chief Cathy's, you turn your attention to the engineering department in general, really going through your mental list of checks and make up your patrol's report. As far as you can tell, everything seems in order, leaving you without much to dwell on. That thing is, it's probably really important. Let's leave it at that. Almost certain that thing is the power distribution module. It distributes power to rechargeable batteries, at least. Thankfully, the computer seems like it's working fine ever since it was reset. Although, there's never a good time for your ship's main computer to totally shut everything down. It could have been worse. Chief's not in here. He's probably in there. I don't know if the engines are back and running yet. I think we'd know. Oop. The doors to the engine room slide open in front of you, and you're met with the disheartening sight of the huge engine remaining totally stationary, devoid of its normal rotation. The sense of stillness that permeates the vast area you stood in is disconcerting. The only thing breaking the all-engulfing sounds is the constant grumbling coming from the lone figure of the Chief, leaning over the control panel in the distance. Ahem. Chief, everything alright? You call out as you approach her. No, damn it, Lieutenant, it's not. You're a little taken aback by both the Chief's cut response, but also that you didn't need to pester her in order to drag her attention away from what she's doing. Oh, no? No. I didn't know better. I'd call it sabotage, but no one else on this ship has the know-how to do that kind of thing, so right now, I look like an idiot who can't get the NPEs back online. Whoa, 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 Chief. Hold on, sabotage? Not sabotage, Lieutenant. Like I said, no one on this ship would know how to do this kind of thing. Are we sure about that? But I've ruled out hardware issue, and I've never seen the software do a full reset on the startup process before. Unless it's something I'm missing, like an idiot, then... Chief, what's going on? I'd gone through the entire startup process and was just about to fire up the NPEs when the machine crashed into the hangar and I had to go secure it. The status of everything should have held at that point until I got back, and it would have been straightforward to just enter a few commands and restart the engines, but she flashes out with her boot, striking the bottom of the casing of the control panel we've been working on. The whole process has been reset, and all my calibrations and checks have been wiped. I've had to start from the very beginning. Without the NPEs online, I can't even get the ship moving, let alone get the HFDD started. And until I can get the HFDD up and running, I'm stuck here instead of being in the hangar, figuring out what's going on with that machine. It's killing me. And every second I waste screwing around with this engine, another second where I drift out in the boonies, God knows what in our hangar. Ah. She strikes the base of the control panel again before leaning over it, beginning to key in commands. Even the preset functions I've installed have been wiped out. It's basically at shipyard status. This is ridiculous. First, I'm going to have to... Is there anything I can do to help? Ha, no. Oh. Nothing personal, Lieutenant, but no, there's absolutely nothing you can do to help me in this case. Well, but thanks for offering. No problem, I guess. We're even done responding. The chief has turned her attention back to the screen full of diagnostics and settings and has begun keying in commands, pausing to take note of some nearby readouts and then inputting more information. You make a mental note to fill the captain in on the status of the engine startup process and decide to leave the chief to it, since there's apparently nothing else for you here. Yeah. I assume the bridge. Huh? It stopped me here. Well, I've taken a look at everything, everywhere I need to. I guess it's time to report to the captain. Unless there's something I'm forgetting to check out. Been in the hangar. We've been at fire control. I haven't bothered with crew quarters. Makes no sense. I went to the mess hall. I went down to sick bay. I checked the armory. I checked the engine room. Yeah, it's basically just I've not found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need to do right now, so I should let the captain know I finished my patrol. After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, you find yourself stood outside our familiar insignia marked door. It didn't go to the bridge? Why does it go to the bridge? For it to knock to announce yourself, but before you can instead move your hand to cover your mouth, as you let out a loud yawn. You stop midway through your exhalation, interrupted by a twinge of pain in the neck as you raise your arm. Ow. You roll your neck a few times, but this does nothing to shift the discomfort that you're now feeling. It seems like the painkiller the doctor has given you was beginning to wear off. You sigh, which quickly turns to the previously interrupted yawn. The tiredness, which you'd been doing your best to ignore since you returned to the gun dog, is now hitting you hard, and you were suddenly very aware of the physical and emotional toll the past few hours had taken on you. As you feel exhaustion spreading through your body, you hope that after you make your report, the captain would command Haru to take over security detail whilst you get some rest. Being mindful not to aggravate the pain in your neck further, you slowly raise your hand and tentatively knock on the captain's door. Enter. You hear the captain announce on the other side. Ah, Lieutenant Dodgestar. Have you finished your patrol? You shut your eyes briefly and draw in a deep breath, mustering the energy to engage with the captain. Yes, ma'am. And release the breath slowly. Conversations with the captain could be exhausting due to how little effort she seems to put into them. And right now you feel the very real need to conserve your energy. I visited fire control, the bridge, and the engine room. I did not go to the bridge. I tried to go to the bridge. Aside from existing issues with the long-range communication system, sensors, and MPEs, there's nothing new to report. With the exception of a few minor technical issues that appear to be the result of out of battle with the craft, I can't find anything untoward or immediately suspicious. There's no sign of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. But everything's in order. Clench your jaw to stifle a yawn just as you catch a glimpse of the captain's bed in the annex that serves as her bedroom. You find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. On the patrol route, at least, yes. Good to hear. You do your best to stifle another yawn, willing the captain to dismiss you. In that case, Lieutenant, you relax slightly, awaiting the order to finish for the day. and pass the torch to someone else. I want you to head to the sick bay and get an update on Ensign Crew's status. You tense up again. The prospect of immediately arrest has now pulled out from under you. Ensign Cruz, ma'am? Yes, Lieutenant. When I had previously spoken to Dr. Rosarium, he advised that the procedure should have been finished some time ago, and Ensign Cruz should be ready to resume duties shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Cruz on his new responsibilities, but I'm yet to hear anything from the doctor. So, Lieutenant, I need you to head down to sickbay to find out what the delay is. Understood? It allowed your weirdness to creep over you, but it had been bearable because of the expectation that once you reported to the captain, your duties would be done. Now, though, with another task foisted upon you, it felt almost overwhelming. For Herculean effort, as you hide from the captain, you throw a swift salute to acknowledge your new task. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Very good. Dismissed, Lieutenant. Maintain your posture until you've left the captain's quarters. As the door closes behind you, is all you can do. Not slump to the floor. That's supposed to be the last thing she has for me for today. There's no way. Sigh deeply and pinch the bridge of your nose, taking a moment to wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face this latest challenge. All right, let's go. All right. Alright, let's airlock. Not sick bait. Not sick bait. Oh, we're stopping off here. We got a little cutscene there. Weird. You lean back against the rear wall of the elevator and shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting on the cool metal of the wall and listening to the gentle hum of the elevator's movement. Stay this way, seconds away from drifting off to sleep until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You wearily open your eyes and push off the wall, standing upright. You lazily bring your hand up to your eyes to shield them from the harsh glare you know will come from the sickbay's lighting. As your eyes adapt to the light, the first thing that catches your attention is a glitter like shimmering from the floor the far side of the room. Once your vision adjusted completely, you realize that these sparkles are caused by the high-powered lights, reflecting off fragments of broken glass that are scattered all over the room. Just like the O'Brien. Doctor! Slumped over his desk, Dr. Rosarium, as you approach him. The dread is replaced with nausea. You see his one organic eye remaining open, staring straight downwards, but devoid of life. Doctor, damn it. Quickly draw your electroshock weapon as you look over to the bed. Cassie on it. Cassie! Seeing her lying still, you move swiftly over to check that she's alright and feel a rush of relief as you see her chest rise and fall. A shiver runs up your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping on the broken glass behind you. You hold your breath, wait for a single second, and then swing around, bringing your gun to bear on where you heard the noise coming from. As you swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping its arc before you can aim at where the noise behind you has come from. All you have time to process, it's a fist flying towards you, striking you square on the chin. There's nothing you can do but stagger backwards. In a second, you're unconscious. Oh shit. Nani? Huh? Did I screw up somewhere? Wake up, Lieutenant. Lieutenant. The doctor looked dead. Cassie was just sleeping and now I've been knocked unconscious. Said, wake up, Lieutenant. Oh, it's fucking Vanessa. Sleep on the job. You and your girlfriend are too much alike. Lord, what's... Finally, I was beginning to think you'd decide to copy our Lieutenant Commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Cassie, is she? In the same moment that you sit up quickly, a lance of pain strikes you in the base of your skull and you wince, gritting your teeth and squeezing your eyes shut. I wouldn't make any sudden moves, however, if I were you. We found you knocked flat on the floor of the sickbay. Looking at the way you fell, you must have taken a serious blow. A shame. It's not like we've got a doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. Full text. Moving more slowly this time, you bring yourself upright and maneuver so that you're sitting on the edge of your bunk. You keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of it where you'd hit the floor. Dr. Rosarium, he's dead. You must not have got a good look at him, but someone pulled his plug. Kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant Lord, that's enough. What about Commander Quinn? Oh, sorry, that's me. What Commander Quinn, is she? What? You don't want to know more about the doctor? Aren't you already planning your investigation? Shouldn't you be asking me if there's any information that might help you find the... You turn to look Vanessa straight in the eyes. Your face a stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me how the Commander Quinn is doing, Lord. He's unscathed, Lieutenant. As always, she's somehow managed to come out of things absolutely fine. We've moved her to her quarters for the time being to keep her secure. Good, okay? You rest your elbows on your knees and place your head in your hands, massaging your temples in an attempt to reduce the pain that had traveled up your neck and into your forehead. Hey, what about Hansen? Wasn't he in operating theater? What happened? I went in the sick bay and saw Dr. Rosarium at his desk, went over to Commander Quinn, and then... You remember spinning around to aim your electroshock weapon at whoever had been behind you, but you hadn't managed to get a good look at them before they knocked you out. Got knocked out? What happened after that? Well, luckily for you, Ensign Cruz was in the surgery wing, waking up from his procedure. He saw the silhouette of your fight through the glass and hit an emergency alarm. Oh. So obviously it wasn't not Cruz that knocked me out. Although whoever it was managed to escape before Cruz could make his way out of the surgery wing or anyone else could get there. That makes it twice that he saved you this mission. Maybe we should be promoting him to head of security instead. You roll your eyes. At the thought, whilst cringing internally, having Hansen to thank for your survival was becoming an uncomfortable common recurrence. What's the current situation then? Do we know? As you go to stand up, the same pain from earlier returns and you sit back down, wincing and rubbing your neck. Unfortunately, Lieutenant, no, we don't know anything. With our head of security taking a nap and everyone on high alert at their stations, we've not managed to have the chance to investigate. But don't you worry, Lieutenant Dodgestar. We've got Ensigns Cruz and Rumney taking care of security operations until you recover. The whole ship's on lockdown at the moment. All clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member, and access can only be granted from within the room, if someone else wants to enter. So the captain's happy for you to take your time to recover. Captain Bartimus doesn't want me back on duty immediately. Why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can't I stop by to check in on your recovery? She is such a bitch. You shoot Vanessa a stern expression, raising your eyebrows, but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. I wanted you to understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system, our doctor is dead, our lieutenant commander is inconveniently out of action for the foreseeable future, and we've got a hostile craft set in our hangar. And with all that's going on, our captain's guidance is to just lock things down and carry on. Considering the circumstances, you think she'd go with a bit more of a proactive approach, wouldn't you say? Lord, what are you getting at? Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. I just wanted to make sure you were up to speed on current events in case you needed to make any decisions. That's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You react with a start as Vanessa throws us. You react with a start? What? That's a. I'm not sure what that means. That's a weird sentence. You catch it and turn it over in your hands. You notice the box is slightly crumpled and pull a small fragment of glass out from where it had been lodged in between the box's tabs. We'll be needing you, Lieutenant, soon. You look up from the packet just as Vanessa turns to leave the room. Without saying anything else, she exits her room and steps onto the corridor beyond, the door hissing shut behind her soon after. Once Vanessa is gone, you take the opportunity to look over the packet again before placing it down next to you on your bunk. You make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Despite how gingerly you'd risen on your feet, the pain in your neck had still reappeared before you were even upright. With a sigh of defeat, you open the box Vanessa had given you and extract 2 tablets from their packaging, quickly tossing them into your mouth and swallowing. You slowly lie back down in the bunk, resting your head on the pillow. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa had told you. Dr. Rosarian was dead. Cassandra was fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended, and the whole ship was on high alert. You begin to think over who the assailant could be. You couldn't think of a motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor. Although, now you think about it, this array in the sickbay was very similar to what you'd seen on the O'Brien. Was that what was happening here? Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? Your mind slows as the medication kicks in and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to another. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you feel yourself beginning to slip out consciousness and back onto the exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. The last thing you remember before drifting off to sleep is that as soon as you are awake, you know the first thing you'd be doing was visiting Cassandra. April 24th, planetary calendar, 214. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Dodgestar awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. No pending orders, decide to check in on with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they had recovered from their affliction. Jovian space. Lieutenant Dodgestar's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship, JFS Gundog. Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension in your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seems that some bed rest was all that you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you had gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and a change of uniform, had left you feeling like a completely new person. Almost as if Nothing had happened at all. Although, despite how reinvigorated you feel, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts, and you'd not received any orders via your terminal. A sign you hoped that everything was going well. Now that you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered the doctor, Rosarium, and attacked you. But first, you'll be visiting Cassie. Use across the hall for me, right? Stepping out to the corridor beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway to the foresight thoroughfare before an announcement sounds out over loudspeakers. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa, despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear the subtle pop of the speakers indicating that Vanessa had stopped broadcasting. An emergency briefing. You quickly make through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once inside the elevator. You run your keycard through a reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever is on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID to grant you the permission to enter. I mean, the panel there, I could still easily just walk up. Potentially. Soon enough, the door opens and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator, listening to the dull whirl as its motor, you wonder why the captain had called this meeting. Had you come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot whilst you had been resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? After a short wait, the doors slide open and you step onto the bridge. Where you expected to see the captain, you instead see Vanessa, sat in the captain's chair and flanked by Haru and Hansen. I don't like where this is going. Lieutenant Dodgestar, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait until the rest of the crew join us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone else is here, Lieutenant. Vanessa, this is no time for screwing around. What's going on? Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came on board, this isn't a pen. You better listen to what Ensign Rumney tells you, Lieutenant. You like to be in charge and don't like to take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. Is it a mutiny? You feel the blunt object slide around your back, to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulders. Crew should know. He's speaking from experience. You glance down and see that protruding out from underneath the jacket that they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. Not an electroshock gun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Hey, I like those movies. Vanessa, what the hell are you? He told you to wait, sir. You've gone to step forward towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Just let me look after you, and we both had a good time. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vessel looks down at the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the door opens, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement, and That's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by Lieutenant, would you? Oh, yes, ma'am, will do. Oh, Dalton. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with silent fury. All you get as a response is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know what Hansen would do. Hansen would be on top of you the moment you try to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There was a good chance that he would get caught in any crossfire. Yeah. Instead, you just remain silent. It's good to hear feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard about what happened to you in the sickbay. Thanks, Dalton. Her smirk looking increasingly sinister. Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway through. Sir? You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirp as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Hey, D's. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? Dylan looks to all of you, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. Wow, Dylan, this is all the time. It doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silently by one of the control panels. You all stand in this awkward silence, with no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Two people who are missing, Cassie and the captain. We're missing the first officer and the captain. Oh, what has Vanessa done? Although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room, and some looks shared between Haru and Hansen as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance. Everyone remains relatively still. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbow on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Oh, classic anime pose. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, the chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. Hansen, I trusted you to save our ass. And now what the hell's going on? You can see the chief mull over the response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. The silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by the now familiar chirp of an access request. And here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? She pissed. The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating the air. You feel the hairs in the back of your neck stand up as the realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you. Just like the chief, Dalton and Dylan, your eyes flick from Captain Vanessa. Well, it is my seat after all. Oh, she is full on going. She's having a coup. What did you just say? Starting forward with intensely and purpose. So starting forward with intensity and purpose. The captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa, going for a pip slap. Backhand. Careful, Barnabas. You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? The last moment, Hansen's arm had reached out, viper quick, and grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Cruz, you release me immediately. Cruz, you're an idiot. Hey, how about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Oh, now she's just brandishing the gun. Or they're just brandishing the gun, sorry. My brain automatically says, looks feminine, but no. It's never specified, it just says they. So, yeah. I need to remember that. They're very androgynous. It could be either. Which is probably why it's good to they're referred to as they. Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun they'd been hiding under her jacket and waves it around it lazily before walking over to stand at the opposite side of Vanessa from Hansen. It's the coup d'etat. Now that we all understand who's in charge here. This is mutiny. It is. Yanking her arm back from Hansen and the Captain turns to face you whilst pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Dodgestar, detain these three immediately. You move your hand towards your holstered electroshock weapon, but find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. The problem is, this is a sort of scenario where I do that, and something bad is going to happen either way. Like, I knew Hansen was a dick, but I mean, I'd have to be like quick, get the shot off on Haru, who has a weapon, to stun them. Good soldiers follow orders. You grab your weapon, but before you've drawn it halfway out of the holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns right at you. Oh. Admirable, Lieutenant. But you're not that stupid, are you? Don't worry, I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now. You glance from Vanessa to Hansen to Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to their shades, you can see a steady coolness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he'd have no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's orders. Oh, great. But what happened to our fun little trip to O'Brien together? Yeah, that was fun, right? We left you on the fucking ship. But what about me getting you at the lift? You don't, knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clearly willing to do so, you release your grip on the weapon and slowly raise your hands. A good choice. I won't stand for this. All of you are... Cruz. Yes, ma'am. In the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Cruise! Slow down, Lieutenant. Yeah. The captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. Cruz, that's enough. Damn it, Cruz, stop! That'll be enough, Ensign Cruz. I'm sure she was willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has any other objections? Dalton's just in shock. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on a formal posture and walks onto the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as of 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with the Jovian Colony Fleet Convention, Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JCF Gundog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9, on the grounds that neither the captain nor the second in command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I am forced to make this assessment based on my own discretion. In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention, Section 16, Article 12, I am limiting both the previous captain and the lieutenant commander to their quarters on suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you? You spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon, but before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm going to tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru and a smug Vanessa, you see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at the chief and Dylan, both of whom step backwards. If you'd care to let me explain. We are currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapability. Lieutenant Lord! The captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now, or... With that slap that echoes around the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who is still unsteady on her feet, reeling. As she falls back to the floor, Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying, it's clear that both Mary's Bartimus and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. Okay. Cassandra's incapacitated. You expect me to believe that the captain and her second in command are both incapacitated exactly when their clearance is needed to maintain ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft, clearly made by our enemies, manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartimus and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. You're insane. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could the craft have gotten on board without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when it happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care. What did he find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane. How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Since you were the one that brought the Gundog back online, and were with Ensign Cruz during that attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means that I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I am by no means confident that you're nothing to do with this. After all, Ensign Cruz didn't see anyone else in the sickbay after the doctor's murder except for you and Quinn. How could I have... Very suspicious. Still, for now it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I am announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Mary's Bartimeus, have the choice as whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to Europa colony. Right now, the only traitor I'm seeing is you, because your accusations are they lack substance. They're all superficial. Now the captain being out of it when the ship was offline, that's her own doing. But Cassandra, we were both on the bridge. We saw that signal to shut the ship off, and her incapacitated her at the same time. The captain, I can believe, incompetent. But beyond that, an antagonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew, who shift nervously. Both Hanson and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea. At the same time, it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. For you, though, this isn't about the captain, it's about Cassie. Lord, what do you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... This sounds an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. You grit your teeth and breathe in. So just be confined to quarters for now. Fine. The only sound that breaks the silence as you glare at Vanessa is the captain's strained gasp. Despite your anger, you coldly calculate the options you have available and how you can best protect Cassie. As much as you wish you could do more than just glower at her, you don't see any use in opposing your new captain unless you want to spend the return journey back to Europa locked up. You feel the weight of the crew's eyes on you. You know that if there's hope for them, the captain, Cassie, then all rests on your decision. Well, Lieutenant, what's it going to be? You grit your teeth. You really don't see any other way around this. If you're going to find a way to deal with Vanessa, you're going to need your freedom. Fine. The right decision, Lieutenant. I always knew there was something more to you beyond your bad romantic decisions. Since we're all in agreement over who the real threat to this ship is, turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineers Cathy's. Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you back in fire control and to remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory, and I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief Engineer Cathy's? Yes, Captain. Look at that punchable smile. Can I throw out an airlock? You're all dismissed. With that, the 3 crew members all quickly leave the bridge in a single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, 2 pilots, and the captain. Here's the thing. I think, what if it was Hansen, Cruz? What if he's the one that knocked me out in sick bay and then just made up the rest of the shit? He could have, for all we know. For all we know, he's the one that knocked me out. I didn't see him. See them, whoever it was. Ensign Rumney. Take Miss Bardamus to her quarters, would you? Got it, Captain. Sliding their gun onto their waistband of their trousers, Haru squats down and grabs the captain's arm, yanking her to her still unsteady feet. Come on, Bardamus, get moving. Holding onto Haru, the captain swings herself around to face you, the wild rage that fills her face, accentuated by her now tousled hair and disarranged uniform. Dodgestar, you snake. I'm not the snake here. I am merely... Okay, maybe I'm a bit of a snake. I'm looking for the path to figure the shit out. Because what I'm going to be doing is getting evidence to either prove or disprove this. And if I prove it, it's unfortunate for you, Captain. But if I prove something else, then you'll be thanking me for clearing your name later? You traitor. You think you will all get away with this? The captain releases her grip on Haru and trotters towards you, her open palm drawn back, ready to strike you. Whoa, easy there, Bardamus. Before she could reach you, before you could even react, Hansen has stepped forward and struck the captain with the butt of his gun, knocking her back onto Haru's waiting arms. You gotta watch out for these violent crew members, Lieutenant. You never know what they'll try. Yeah. You nod uneasy at the pilot as he smirks at you. Looking back to the captain, you watch as Haru drags her, dazed and bruised, towards the elevator. Geez, Cruz, could have gone a bit easier on her. Now I'm gonna have to drag her halfway across the ship. Hey, you can take the pilot out of the fight, but you can't take the fight out of the pilot, you know? AF Combat 101. See a threat? Eliminate a threat. It's hard to shake those killer instincts. Maybe those killer instincts can help me get Bardamus here. Your quarters, huh? Hansen looks to Vanessa, who remains sat in the captain's seat. A large smile across her face as her one crossed leg idly bounces up and down. Are you okay with being left for your security officer here, Captain? I'm sure we'll be alright, won't we, Lieutenant Dodgestar? Ensign Cruz and Rumney here are both a short radio call away, so if we have any problems, they'll come running. But we won't have any problems, will we? You ball your fists in frustration as soon as you'd seen an opportunity to take care of Vanessa. It had been snatched away. Although you might be able to take her down, there was no chance that you'd be able to take on Hansen and Haru, armed as they are. Also, where'd they get those guns? That's an excellent question. Did I check their armor before I got knocked out? And aren't I the only one with clearance to the armory? They used my keycard, didn't they? If I'm unconscious, they've used my keycard. Also, the doctor, how did he die? I didn't get a chance to check. No problems. No problems? No problems, Captain. Very good, Lieutenant. The Lieutenant here hasn't given me any reason to doubt that that they're a committed member of this crew. Give me any reason to doubt that they're a member of this crew. I'm sure I'll be just fine. All right then, Captain. We'll be back in a bit. Make sure you behave, Lieutenant. You want to stay on the captain's good side, right? With a wink, Hansen heads towards Haru and the captain. They both take one of her arms over their shoulder and drag her towards the elevators, stepping inside one that's ready and waiting. With them gone, you're now left alone on the bridge with Vanessa. Your attention is immediately drawn to her right hand, which is resting on the control panel built onto the armrest of the captain's seat. You can tell that she's resting a finger on an alarm that would bring Hansen and Haru here in a moment if you tried anything. As much as you'd like to seize this opportunity, you know that it would do nothing to help you deal with the mutiny or prove Cassie's innocence. And instead, you decide, for the time being at least, to humor Vanessa. You'd get the chance to solve this soon enough. So then, Captain. You forced a word from your mouth using it as a reference to Vanessa, made it feel like a chunk of rotten meat in your tongue as you spoke it. The last time I received instructions from Miss Barnabas, you told me to be on a constant security rotation with Haru and Hansen. What are my orders, ma'am? Ensign Cruz and Rumney are going to be watching over the traders who are confined to their quarters for the remainder of the mission. I want both ensigns as closest to the hangar as possible in case of another enemy machine appears. I've had their quarters searched. I haven't been able to find how they've been communicating with the enemy, so they may have sent an SOS. Bite your tongue. You know that she hasn't found any physical evidence of treachery because there was no treachery to begin with. But that hasn't an argument that's worth having now. Of course, that slob Quinn didn't make it easy. I've also found signs of unusual activity since the craft came on board, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bartimus and Quinn hadn't helped an enemy agent on board, which... Unusual activity? That's what I said, Dodgestar. Do you really need me to repeat myself? At this point, you were no longer surprised at how difficult it was to have a conversation with Vanessa. Yes, Captain, I was just wondering what kind of unusual activity. If there were signs something really had been going on board the ship, it might help you prove Cassie's innocence and undermine Vanessa's position. Things like dummy access requests, rooms showing as entered but never left. I can investigate those. Oh no, Lieutenant. Why don't you leave that to the people who know what they're doing? I'm the security chief. It's actually my job. I want you back patrolling the gun dog. Keep an eye out for any signs we've got an unwelcome visitor on board, or find out how Quinn and Bartimus were making outbound communications without it coming up on their logs. Maybe I should pull Kathy's up here when she's done with the engines and ask her some questions about the problems she's been having with the communication system. I could. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Lieutenant, but do as your captain orders, would you? It was a good thing that you'd become so accustomed to Vanessa's way of communicating, otherwise you'd have been half tempted to take the risk of Hansen and Howard appearing just to shut her up. Understood, ma'am. I'll begin immediately. You throw a half-hearted salute and turn to leave. You turn back around, shocked and confused to find Vanessa has grabbed onto your hand. Before you go, AJ, tell me. What exactly do you see in an airhead like Quinn? Wouldn't you rather be with someone who focuses on the task at hand a bit more? She just took her glasses off. Oh no, wait, hold up. Having taken her glasses off her glasses, you find your new captain pulling you towards her by your necktie. Oh, what the... man, this is inappropriate behavior. I'm pretty attentive, you know. This is not the time and place for this, ma'am. Vanessa moves closer to the point where she's pressed up against you. Still stunned by her actions, you don't move as she lays one hand on your chest and slips the other around to the small of your back. Heading down, briskly you turn away and head towards the elevator. Sorry, Captain, but I've got duties to attend to. I've not got the time to get distracted. Good choice of words. You turn back, having entered the elevator, waiting for the doors to close. I know you appreciate people who focus on the task at hand. Flustered, Vanessa places her glasses back on, scowling at you from across the bridge. Is that supposed to be you, Lieutenant? You've been wasting time since the meeting ended. Now get to... The closing door cuts off Vanessa's rant, and you exhale a long, deep sigh as the elevator makes its journey towards the central hub. I had almost made you feel... It almost made you feel sick. Say with Vanessa just like that. But it was worth it. It seemed like you had her trust and would be allowed to move around the ship freely for the time being, which was the only way you could prove Cassie's innocence. I like we don't seem to care about the captain, just Cassie. As the elevator continues downwards, a slew of different thoughts rush through your mind as you attempt to formulate a plan. You can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another. It interrupts your train of thought. It wouldn't be enough to prove Cassie's innocence. You need to find some way to take control of the gun dog back from the mutineers. But how? April 24th. Following the murder of Dr. Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JFS gun dog on the grounds that both the captain and her second in command are unfit for duty. As a first act, Captain Lord has Murray's Bartmuse and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. Alongside the rest of the crew, the ship's security officer, Lieutenant Dodgestar, accepts acting Captain Lord's new command structure and is assigned to investigate the gun dog for signs of espionage. Jovian Space, Central Hub, the Jovian Patrol Ship, JFS Gun Dog. You step out the elevator and onto the Central Hub, running your hands through your hair as you let out one long exhalation. Despite every encounter you'd had with Vanessa to date, you hadn't expected her to be capable of something like this, let alone the cruelty of which she executed her plan. Here you were, standing in the central hub of a ship now under her control. You've managed to avoid being imprisoned, alongside Cassie and the captain, by agreeing to side with your new captain, a choice that had left you feeling nauseous. At least you had your freedom, though, to a degree. Looking around the central hub, you cross your arms. You've been tasked by Captain Lord to continue your patrols around the ship and to look for any signs of an intruder. There was no chance that what you'd be doing... There's no chance that's what you would be doing. The only reason you'd sided with Vanessa on the bridge had been in order to avoid getting detained like Cassie and the captain. If you'd been locked up, there'd be no way you could prove their innocence. As much as it had made your stomach turn, you knew you'd done the right thing. But what were you going to do now? You go over a few ideas in your mind, truly trying to figure things out. Maybe you could start by, "Hey, Dodgestar." Aru. "Yeah, you, Lieutenant. Who else?" "Oh, Ensign Rumney." "What's up with you? You're just standing around in the hub spacing app. You better not need to go to the sick bay. Don't forget, we're down to one doctor." You rubbed the back of your neck awkwardly. You'd been so ready to start planning how you were going to deal with all of this. You completely missed Haru standing nearby. "Oh, it's nothing, I guess. I'm still feeling a bit out of it from when I was attacked." "That's so. Well, it's time to get it together. You got orders from our new captain, right?" "Yeah, that's right. She told me to keep up my patrols. Look for any signs of an intruder." "Ugh, guess I'm left on guard duty then." "Where's Hansen?" "Why do you want to know?" "I just... planning something that you don't want to get caught doing, huh?" No, I was just, take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm messing with you. You wouldn't be that stupid, right? Trying something on Captain Lord's ship when Hansen and I are on your case? I'm not. Maybe a little. 'Cause I'm giving you a heads up, Dodgestar. I know you told Lord that you're on her side. Good call, by the way. Well, I know how loved up you and Quinn are, so Hansen and I were pretty surprised you'd ditch her like that. Or are you thinking now's the time you can finally come visit my quarters. Oh, yeah, Haru, not now. Hey, offer's still open. For real though, we're going to be keeping an eye on you, Lord. Might be cool with letting you wander around the ship, but me and Hansen, you're going to need to earn our trust. Which means if we see you do anything weird, we think you're becoming a problem, we're not going to go easy on you. Got it. Put that away. Yeah, I understand. Hey, there we go. I knew you weren't just a pretty face. Well, I've got some dangerous prisoners to keep under control. Sounds like you've got a job to do, Lieutenant. Catch you later. With a wink, Haru leaves you in the central hub. As if you didn't have enough to worry about, you now know that the pilots were going to be keeping tabs on you. With another deep sigh, you pinch the bridge of your nose. This wasn't going to be easy. Still, you had no choice. You just need to keep them in mind when it comes to whatever plan you were going to make. With more pressure on you to deal with as quickly as possible, you head up to the Foresight thoroughfare. You need to come up with a plan in the least suspicious way you can. You decided a meal in the mess hall is the best cover for an extended period of thinking. Good call. Right, now that I'm here, let's do a wee manual save as well. Chapter 9. We just did 2 chapters. The chapters are quite short, I guess. Well, chapter 8 was like the mutiny part. And then chapter 7 was the patrol. I think they sold out Cassie's favorite chocolate bar. I'll leave it for now. If I do get her and the captain free, I don't want her to find out that our favorite chocolate isn't waiting for her. I was drinking that right now. Pretty weird if I decided to take a swig. It's Howard's coffee. They take a pitch black. So thick you could stand a spoon up in it. I thought it was gross when they put the cigarette out on it. But it turns out it was pretty gross to begin with. Was Haru in here? I wonder if we can poison Haru's You can think about the situation on board the ship. You absentmindedly press a button on the food vendor, not caring too much about what will be presented to you. The sound of the vendor slowly assembling your meal from a stock of artificial ingredients fills the room as your mind wanders towards the beginning of a plan. As it stands, Vanessa has taken command of the ship, justifying her actions using the Captain Cassie's indisposition during the blackout, the murder of the doctor, and her perception of the captain's inaction following an attack by an unknown craft. Of course, having 2 armed ensigns at her side had done a lot to help convince the rest of the crew to go along with her. Right now, Vanessa's the biggest problem. Even if things can't go back to normal, I can't let her remain in command. The best way to deal with this will be... You're jolted out of your thought by a sudden hissing sound. Thankfully, no one else is joining you in the mess hall. Instead, a plate full of surprisingly convincing synthetic macaroni cheese is ejected from the serving hatch. You pick it up and carry it over to the table, where you place it down and slide into the nearest seat. Skewering a few pieces of pasta with your fork and scooping up some of the breadcrumbs and crust, you pick up where you left off. The best way to deal with this will be... Since you take out Vanessa, and you've got 2 armed ensigns. Whereas getting the rest of the crew on my side would certainly work, but taking out the ensigns... That's a... Yeah. Taking out Vanessa, I think's an option out of the way, because You take her out, you still got 2 armed ensigns to deal with. Just not going to do anything. Getting the crew on my side would put them at risk. Hang on a second. But if I can find a way to take both of them, both the ensigns out, then I can take out Vanessa. But the rest of the crew were like going, they didn't. I would stand a better chance taking out the other 2, like Hanson and Haru. We could take them out if I had the other crew's help. Like, mutiny a mutiny? Because I feel like taking out the ensigns by myself will be tricky. But if I can work with the other crew to try and take them out, create an instance where we need to lure them away. Like if I could get them both into a room and then seal the room, I think the other crew helped me out. I paused thinking about the challenge that lay ahead of you. It was going to be tough, that was for sure. Is this something I'll be able to do alone? No. Even if I deal with Vanessa, Hanson and Haru, the rest of the crew will still be a problem. What do I do once those 3 are out of the way? To let the captain and Cassie walk out of their quarters like nothing's happened? After everything Vanessa said, would anyone still trust them? I need the crew to be behind me on this one. I know Vanessa's wrong. Crossing your arms and leaning back into your chair, you stare mindlessly at the blank wall in front of you, trying your best to marshal your thoughts. Wait, I know Vanessa's wrong. All I need to do is convince everyone else. If I can show them that her reasons for taking control are all made up, then she's no way anyone will follow her orders. Even Hanson and Haru will realize they're the ones who are going to be charged as traitors if they stick by her. You'll ditch her, no doubt about it. And Vanessa will have nothing. I won't be able to deal with her on my own, but with everyone behind me? You open another forkful of macaroni and raise it to your mouth. Long, glistening strands of cheese follow your utensils, and with a swift, circular motion, you wrap them around the fork. As you take a mouthful, you begin to consider particulars of your plan. It was easy enough to decide that you were going to get the rest of the crew on your side, but how are you actually going to do that? You pause, trying to decide. You need to convince the rest of the crew that Cassie and the captain were innocent, and for that, you need to... Well, vouching for them does fuck all. I could get their explanations, sure. But at the end of the day, proof. Because my word doesn't mean shit. Their word, when accused of treason, doesn't mean much. Has to be proof, right? Can't try and talk my way out of this one. It'll be tough to get the crew to stand up to Vanessa and the ensigns, even if I can prove her wrong. I'll need something concrete that I can use to show that Captain and Cassie are innocent. Otherwise, I'll have no chance of convincing anyone. Yeah, we need to prove that Vanessa's a traitor. potentially. With evidence like that, the rest of the crew would know they're complicit in a mutiny. They do nothing. Was there any evidence like that on the ship? You lay your fork down on the table beside your palette and rest your chin on your upturned palm. Staring at the blank wall ahead, you let your mind wander. What kind of evidence could there be? And would you even realize if you saw it? As a security officer, it was your job to gather information about incidents prior to handling cases over internal investigations. But that usually only involved things like witness statements or data logs. The most forensic training you'd been given had focused on recovering firearms or sealing locations to prevent people from tampering with them. You certainly weren't a detective. Picking up your fork again, you begin to listlessly push the meal around your plate. There was no use getting pessimistic. Either there was evidence or there wasn't. And there was only one way to find out. But if there was something that could prove the two prisoners innocent, where would it be? I mean, the bridge, potentially, but Cassie's. I feel like sickbay, because there'll be logs. The doctor's logs, right? Because he'll have information about why the captain was indisposed or drinking issue. Information about why Cassie was knocked out. That sickbay, the doctor's stuff will prove Cassie, potentially. But then also, there probably will be some clues to who killed the doctor. And sickbay. Sickbay is where it's at. You mull over the accusation that Vanessa had leveled at both Cassie and the captain. That they hadn't been sick or incapacitated. That they'd been purposely absent. That Cassie had killed the doctor. You knew that wasn't the case, though. That it couldn't have been the case. You'd been there when Cassie collapsed and had seen the state that the Captain Barnabas was in when the power was out. You'd been the one who'd taken Cassie to the doctor and... The doctor! Your mind jumps back to when you'd arrived in the sickbay. From the very moment he started trying to diagnose and treat Cassie, he'd been entering information on his tablet. He'd done the same thing when treating you as well. On top of that, the murder must have occurred in the sickbay. Dr. Rosarium rarely went anywhere else, and considering you'd been patrolling the ship, you'd have stopped someone dragging a body around. Triumphantly, you scoop up a large heap of pasta and take a bite, savoring the crisp layer of breadcrumb and baked cheese that came with it. You quickly wolf down the remainder of the meal and stand, placing the plate and utensils into the vendor's return tray. You had a plan now. Look for evidence in the sickbay to prove the captain and Cassie innocent, and then use that information to get the crew to join you in ousting Vanessa. With a brand new sense of determination, you head to leave the mess hall. But just before you leave, you pause. You were confident you could find what you needed in the sickbay, but would it be wise to limit your search just to that room? Shouldn't you investigate the rest of the ship as well? It was worth considering, you reasoned. With that, you step into the four-side thoroughfare, your new resolution to get Vanessa out of the captain's seat, filling you with confidence. Alright, investigation time. Well, unless you count the pilot of that thing. It doesn't even have a pilot. Wonder how Dylan's taking all this. He's probably alright, as long as he gets to listen to his music. He doesn't seem to worry about much else. I'll go check on Dylan now. What? Am I supposed to be on high alert here? You only just opened the doors leading to the fire control, but Dylan had spun around his chair to yell at you. Whoa, hey Dylan, it's just me. Oh, Lieutenant. Captain Lord sent you to check in on me. Make sure I'm not doing anything to sabotage the hugely important JFS Gundog. No, Dees, I'm just here to check it and everything's okay. I'm trying to figure out if we have more traders on board. Okay, Dees, what is this? This? Nothing, sir. Happy to have the ship's security officer come checking in on me just after he stood by and let the captain and his girlfriend get locked up. Totally happy to see you. Gonna cooperate, no problems here. Having a great time sat in silence, staring at screens to look for more machines that can't even land a single shot on when the long-range target system are all screwed up. Can't get enough of... Dylan, slow down. I'm not here for what, Lieutenant? Not here to drop in and make sure I'm not up to anything suspicious. Just a friendly chat. Damn it, Dylan, I am not happy either. You think I... You turn around and look down the length of the Foreside thoroughfare. Behind you. You hadn't closed the door after you came in, and although you were quiet and distanced from the crew quarters, you couldn't be sure the ensigns wouldn't hear you. You quickly hit a button that causes the door to slide shut, and then turn back. Do you think I want this? Any of this? That I want Commander Quinn locked up in her quarters, with no way for me to talk to her, as we sail back to her real trial for treason? Didn't seem to bother you on the bridge. You weren't jumping at the chance to stop Lord. How do you think I could have stopped her? Exactly, Haru. Had a gun shoved into my guts, and Hansen had the other one aimed right at me. I had to do this. It's the only way I had a chance at getting either the commander or the captain out of the situation. For real though? Dylan, of course, because this is a sting you've got to tell me, otherwise it's entrapment, you know? Jeez, do you think I'd really just let Lord get away with all this? Okay, maybe you do. I guess not. Look, Dylan, I did what I had to do on the bridge. I'm not proud of it. But if I didn't, things would be a lot worse. Right now, I'm just trying to make things right. A long extended sigh, Dylan slides down his chair until his head rests halfway up the backrest. Sorry for giving you all that crap when you came in, Lieutenant. Don't know about you, but I'm straight up not having a good time right now. Yeah, I know how you feel. Lord, right? Right. Good Lord. With a started groan, Dylan wriggles his way back onto a more normal sitting position. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know what the hell was going on up in the bridge, especially when crews started knocking the captain about. I mean, damn, right? Now we've got Queen Bitch running things. Man, I don't even know what's going to happen to us when we get back to Europa. Definitely did not sign up for this. What are you doing, sir? Got a plan? Well, I don't suppose you want to help me take back the ship from the ensigns in Vanessa, do you? Gonna have to skip on that one, Lieutenant. Sounds a bit more than what I'm getting paid for. What if I can prove that the commander and the captain are innocent? That Vanessa's going to go down with it as a traitor once the JCF find out? What happened on board? For real? What have you got? Well, it's something I'm working on. But my point is, if I can prove she's wrong, will you back me up when the moment comes? He leans back to his seat, looking up and down. Something about this assessment reminds you of his first meeting with the captain, an event that felt like it happened years ago. After all you've been through. Yeah, sure. I don't plan on going down for anyone. If you've got something that shows Vanessa's got this all wrong, no way I want to be on her side when the tribunal starts asking questions. Thanks, Dylan. It was good to have the gunner's vote of confidence. But you couldn't help a slight feeling of apprehension over how mercenary he was being. Hey, I'm a mercenary? Yeah, no sweat. But hey, if you need anything that I can, actually help with, give me a shout, yeah? I'll see what I can do. Yeah, I'll let you know. What a hanger. As they slide open, you're about to step through when you're stopped by a hand falling on your shoulder. Going somewhere, Lieutenant? You brush the pilot's hand away, responding brusquely. Yeah, the hangar, for my patrol. Now leave me alone. Turn away from Hanson and make the head through the doors again, but this time he grabs the top of your arm. Hey, what's the rush? I'm not making you late for something, am I? You yank your arm away. You twist to face him, finding his eyebrow raised at you. An expression, a mix of cockiness and contempt. Just trying to get on with my duties, Cruz. It might not be a concept you're familiar with. You snap before you can help yourself. Whoa, easy there, Lieutenant Dodgestar. We're all buddies here, right, crewmates? Oh no, I'm pretty sure you're a traitor. You need to, call an emergency meeting and then chuck you at the airlock. We all serve the same captain, don't we? Do we? Your face twitches into an involuntary sneer at the mention of serving under Vanessa, but you manage to compose yourself before it's too obvious a reaction. Yeah, and I'm trying to get on with what I've been ordered to do. Don't you have something you should be doing instead of getting in my way? Lieutenant Dodgestar, wow, I was just doing my job too, you know? Keeping out watch on some dangerous traitors. I'm also making sure that none of the crew do anything suspicious that might get in the way of Captain Lord getting us back to Europa safe and sound. Have you got something you want to say, Cruz? Nothing, Lieutenant, nothing. Just reminding you that you're not alone on the gun dog. Haru and I are keeping an eye out for you. We don't want you to get caught up in any more trouble, you know? You roll your eyes. Don't worry about me, Cruz. I'm not looking for trouble. Just making sure. Yeah, thanks. As you turn away from Hanson one more time, his words follow you into the stairwell that leads into the hangar. Don't work too hard. You wouldn't want us to get worried and have to come find you. You grunt a response as you head down the stairs, feeling Hanson's eyes on you until the door slides shut behind you. Making your way down the stairwell, you adjust to the ever-decreasing gravity until, by the end, you're calmly floating into this hangar itself. The hangar's eerily still with no one in it. You're used to there always being something going on, even if it's just Dalton tidying the contents of containers or maintaining machinery. With him helping the chief with the engines, it's just you, all alone. You hope. It doesn't look like much has changed since I was in here last. I didn't find anything suspicious then, but it's definitely possible I missed something. Should get the place another once over, just in case. Cross your arms and look over the incapacitated machine. As far as you are aware, there's been no sign of movement or activity from it ever since it came crashing into the hangar with you and Hanson. You couldn't believe it was out of commission though, especially considering how powerful it had been when tearing its way out of the O'Brien and forcing Hanson to push his Juno to the limits. Could a machine like this really suffer from something as mundane as mechanical failure? Doesn't seem right. Looks like it's in working order at least, which should make Dalton's life easier when he gets around to repairing Hanson's, you know? Hanson Haru's armored frames, considering how the fight with that machine went and ended, it's a miracle they're still in one piece. Looks like Dalton's done some preliminary repairs to the engines and Hanson's machine, so it should be ready for combat. If it comes to another round though, I don't know where I'd place my bet. Total mess. It doesn't look like anyone started to attempt a recovery on the undamaged containers. Not like we've got the crew to spare for that, I suppose. Kind of lucky that the launch chutes had been damaged and the hangar door had to be opened. Otherwise, we'd have ended up just crashing into the front of the ship. Our emergency landing may have been pretty rough, but at least we survived. It's a good thing Dalton was so quick with the arrestor gear. I still have Cassie's keycard. I can still get into the computer core. I didn't realize that. Mm-hmm. Stay on task. Strange crash that's in front of you, motionless. It wasn't that long ago that had nearly killed you and Hansen. If it hadn't crashed in, it might have ended up killing everyone on board the ship. Just over a day ago, this thing had been the biggest problem you were facing. How have things managed to get worse since then? You couldn't help but feel that this craft was at the center of everything that had been going on. Its presence on board the O'Brien during its blackout and its crew's deaths. Cassie's condition worsening shortly after it came aboard. The doctor dying. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Despite your instinct, there was no sign that it was responsible for anything that had happened on the Gundog since it had crashed. It sat still, totally inert. If there was a pilot on board, it seemed almost impossible for them to have left. Unless they have some kind of personal cloaking device. You do find something you've missed previously. If you were going to prove your suspicion is true, what could it be? You drift along the catwalk, grabbing onto a railing, which are directly in front of what you assume to be the strange craft's main cameras. Due to the eruption of Dalton's ceiling foam that had happened when it crashed into the hangar, the machine was almost entirely covered with only a portion of it visible. In spite of this, the sphere-like protrusion, the three lenses set deep into the surface, still gave the impression that it was watching you, as if it was waiting for the perfect moment to break free. You shake off the feeling and drift over the railing, carrying out another visual scan of the mass of solidified foam. Much like your earlier checks, you don't spot any sign of damage to the substance coating the craft, and there's no single piece of exposed surface that seems large enough to act as a point of exit. Returning to the walkway, you rest on the railings, glaring at the trio cameras. Eventually it wins the staring contest and you throw your head back, running your hands through your hair in frustration. I know this thing's got something to do with what's going on. There's got to be. Halfway through your complaint, you open your eyes and stop as you notice a strange circular mark on the hangar ceiling. Picking up the catwalk, you float up to a panel of steel immediately, above the main bulk of the entombed machine. You collide gently with the hangar's topmost point and begin to investigate the mark. Running your fingers along the perfect circle, a nearly half-inch deep track scored into the ship's steel ceiling. You notice that around its edges are what would have been molten metal, now solidified into a small ring beating around the ring's edges. The panel itself was totally unremarkable, and there was no nearby device or feature that would require maintenance. You couldn't imagine any member of the crew coming up here, making such a precise mark, using the necessary tool, and then leaving it. You look back at the machine below you, seemingly just a giant mass of solidified foam from this angle, and move to align yourself with the center of the circle. Once in position, you kick off sending yourself back towards the craft. The moment you make contact, you run your hands over the area of the foam, which would correspond with the ring-shaped cut on the ceiling above you. Surely though, enough, your fingertip detects the slightest of ridges. Using your nail to find even the smallest element of traction from the foam, you begin pulling at its edges. It takes some effort, but eventually a cylinder of hardened compound begins to rise up. Gripping the mass in both hands, you tug, pulling at what ends up being nearly 2 feet of solidified foam. Holding it in both your hands, you look down towards the recess that you created. There, on the carapace-like back of the strange machine's armor, you could see the outline of what could only be one thing: an entrance hatch. Leaving the huge plug of foam to float freely, you reach onto the hole towards the hatch, running your fingers over it, trying to find any controls or point of access. So something laser cut out and it scorched the ceiling as well. How did I not Oh, I must have missed this previously. Unable to find anything but the faintest of indications that there was an entrance and exit onto the craft, you stand up, grabbing the cylinder of foam and sliding it back into place. At this point, your heart was racing. So far, everyone had assumed that even if this machine had pilot, it'd be sealed inside. All you had discovered presented you with evidence to the contrary. You remain in place as you try to think over what this means and what you need to do next. So, I done goofed, and this is why the doctor's now dead. If I had maybe examined that more closely previously. But I was injured after the crash. That was a threat. That much was clear. But you couldn't go to Vanessa for help hunting them down. You needed to get rid of her first. Although you had discovered this revelation, you still weren't sure that you had enough to take Vanessa down. You need to find something more. What's going on? You're still grappling with what your discovery and the hangar means for the gun dog and her crew as you step into the Forsyth thoroughfare. You're so preoccupied with your own thoughts that you don't notice Hansen leaning idly against the wall beside the doors, and how he follows you down the corridor. Hey, Dodgestar. Something happened in the hangar? Looks like you've got a lot on your mind. Oh, no, nothing. Just thinking about where to go next. Is that right? Figured you've been on this ship long enough to know your own patrol route. Take it easy, Lieutenant. Just checking in on you. We noticed how long you've been in there, is all. Didn't realize it took so much time to look around an empty room. Yeah, well, it's called being thorough. That right? Well, Lieutenant, you better not take too long on the rest of your patrol. We don't want you disappointing the captain after she generously gave you this opportunity, right? Whatever, Hansen, get off my back. We've got the rest of the ship to check out. If you say so. With that, Hansen throws a lazy salute and saunters away, turning into the corridor leading to Cassie and the captain's quarters. You were confident that he hadn't followed you into the hangar, but it was obvious that he didn't trust you. You have to be more careful. Maybe Dalton didn't replace this correctly. It must have shaken loose during the battle. But it was definitely attached the last time I was here. I was like this when kids were here earlier. Head over to the entrance, the maintenance crawlway, and holding onto the sides, lean into the space first, looking up and downwards. The ladder extends into the gloom of both directions, and although you can only see up to a certain distance, you can't see anything unusual, and you don't hear anything either. With a shrug, you move to pick up the panel, placing it back into the wall. It's a little effort, but of trial and error, and eventually get the panel attached again. You give it a few knocks for good measure. That should do it for now. I don't know if I should go to the sick bay now or... The armor is down that way. Vanessa would be notified if I tried to get a firearm, and I'm sure she'd get the ensigns to ask a lot of questions about what I was doing. Too risky. Still pretty quiet with the engines offline. Never thought I'd miss that kind of noise, but I do. There it is, I'm glad it's working. Bad enough having the engines offline. If other essential systems were down too, we wouldn't stand a chance of getting them all working in time, even with the chief on board. a power distributor module. A few battery packs charging on it right now. Central computer maintains logs of everything that happens on the ship. There might be some useful information there I can look at. But right now, engine room. As the doors to the engine room open and you step inside, the cavernous silence and that permeates the large chamber is cut through by the chief's booming voice as she yells a series of commands. Right, collider's operational, so once the artificial Bensound volume is high enough to activate the condenser and unit. Yes, ma'am. Volume of 50, 60, 70, 80% of capacity. That'll do. Start the condenser. Activating condenser now. You watch as Dalton applies all of his strength to a huge lever, heaving it upwards from its original position. A dull hum begins to fill the room, growing louder and louder as the turbines start to spin. Distortion identified in the chamber, ma'am. Keep an eye on it. I'm going to fire out the projectors. As the chief flips a series of switches on the control panel, she stood at. The engine's rotation gathers speed. The hum that fills the room increasing alongside it. How's that distortion, cadet? Within tolerance, ma'am. I don't want it within tolerance. I want it within the optimal range. Yes, ma'am. Distortion within 15, 10, 5, waiting at optimal range. That's better. Now, ma'am, the distortion's moving back outside of... Stabilize it. I can't, ma'am. The boson volume's dropping and... Damn it. Chief immediately moves from the control panel over to a nearby set of digital gauges and with visible urgency begins punching various buttons and turn valves. Still dropping now. This darn thing. The distortion's broken down, ma'am. We've lost containment on the bosons. For hell's sake. Ease up, cadet. It's not you. Something's got to be wrong with the condenser for the distortion to fail at that stage. Must be an issue with the containment charge. I'll take a look at it. As the chief continues to mutter technical jargon herself, Dalton immediately begins resetting the levers and various other mechanical interfaces that you'd see him use. It was easy to forget that despite how nervous he always seemed, he was extremely well trained. With everything that happened, neither of the two crew members had noticed you as you walked down a set of steel steps. With the tangible tension filling the huge expanse of the engine room, you wonder if now is a good time to be bothering either of them, Kiefer Dalton. You sigh and press on, even if all you could do was find out how long it would take them to get the engines back online. That could still be useful. Not ideal having the engines offline, but the longer it takes the chief to get them working, the longer I have to prove Cassie's and the captain's innocent. So just so long as another one of the machines doesn't show up, it should be alright. You need something, Lieutenant? I'm right in the middle of trying to get these engines back online, so make it quick. Oh, nothing really, Chief. I was just checking in on everything, making sure it was going a whole lot better when you weren't getting in our way. So butt out. Right, Chief. Got enough on my plate with these injectors without having to deal with... Yeah. Dalton. Once reports cadet, he remains totally unaware of your presence, despite your step echoing into the vast expanse of the room. Instead, his focus is fixed on some calibrations, or another, as he constantly adjusts controls underneath a series of digital gauges. You're unable to tell if he's making progress, as the impact his actions are having is completely indiscernible to you. Hey there, cadet. Blah! Dalton, hey, take it easy, it's just me. Oh, right, hello, sir. I didn't see you there. I was just... Cadet, what's going on with those condensers? Sorry, I just clearing the injectors. And you, Lieutenant, what are you doing bothering Cadet Garange when he's in the middle of something? Sorry, Chief, I wanted to check how... You can check later. Right now, we're trying to get these engines running, and I'm getting enough grief from the Captain Lord without you delaying things. Now get out of here and get on with whatever it is you're supposed to be doing. We've got a job to do here, so stay out of our way. Understood, Chief? With that, the Chief strides away from you, leaving you with Dalton, who has already returned to the walls of control. I guess I should leave Dalton alone. I don't want to think the Chief will be impressed if I bother him anymore. Got enough to take care of anyway. I'm curious. Can I get in there? Really glance around the engineering department. As you approached the central computer, it didn't look like anyone had followed you, which meant you were free to spend some time investigating. My card won't have the authority to get me in here. I wonder if there's another way in. But the data log will show that I went in there, wouldn't it? Well, as long as it only checks it. Hang on. You reach into your jacket pocket and feel the hard, thin edge of a keycard. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hands on Cassie's hip. You stop when you see her withdraw a keycard from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger, with a flourish, she waves it at you. She stands up and walks back over to you. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or the members of the operations. Good luck getting in there without it. A little flashback. Yeah. Thanks, Vanessa. Now in the small room that contains the interface, the central computer, you lay your hands on the keyboard, wondering what your course of action should be. One thing this system's good for is logging everything that's happened on board the ship. I wonder if it will have any records on who went into the sickbay before me. That seems like a pretty easy way to find out who the killer is, now that I think about it. I should be able to see them enter and leave. If I can find that out, it should make who killed the doctor pretty cut and dry. Let's see. You raise your hand above the keyboard. Poised to start typing, you swallow nervously and bite your lip, staring at the keyboard. All the various commands. Although you'd use the surface level functions of your terminal and datapad, you didn't use computers that often, and much of how they work was a mystery to you. You'd never been able to be too enthusiastic about getting to grips with them, rationalizing that people were your problem, not data. With a sigh, you begin to enter commands, stopping every few keystrokes to delete a mistyped character, or to pause and remember the correct format of a particular instruction. God, that's relatable. It takes you much longer than you'd like, but eventually you manage to pull up a long list of every time a crew member entered or exited a room. As you slowly work your way through the more recent records, you find arrive April 23rd, 21:30, time when you'd gone to visit Cassie. Below that was no information, sickbay 21:29. How could there be no information? There's a log right there. You begin scrolling back through the records, hoping that you can figure out who it actually was by checking the other crew members' activity. You couldn't rule out that somehow the data had been corrupted, or it was possible that Vanessa had made a dummy profile somehow. As you keep scrolling through the huge number of crew movements, you soon notice another instance of no information appearing. No information, crew quarters 52102. That's Cassie's cabin. A new favor. You begin scrolling faster and faster, spotting more entries for this mystery individual. No information, central computer 2021. No information, engine room 1933. No information, mess hall 1910. No information, hangar 1850. That was just after Hansen and I crashed into the ship. Someone came out of that afterwards, after all. When that machine crashed into the hangar too. Continue working your way down the list, but as you do, you can see no further entries belonging to anyone other than the crew. Eventually you stop, simply staring at the screen as you try to process what you've read. Without a word, you turn around, stepping out into the engineering department. We know the pilot of that thing has been wandering around the ship. It might be showing no information, but those logs must be being triggered by someone. Either Vanessa's done something for a crew member, or, given their first appearance, you pause deep in thought about what this could mean. I've got to hurry and confront Vanessa soon. I can't let this go on much longer. Alright. Clickbait it is. A gentle whir of a motor coming to life somewhere. You weren't sure what to expect in the sickbay, but you were confident that if you were going to find evidence to prove Cassie and the captain innocent, it would be down there. Going somewhere, Lieutenant? You turn around to see Haru leaning nonchalantly against the wall by the entrance into the four-side thoroughfare. Oh, I was just heading down to sickbay. Take a look to see if there's something that was missed. Oh yeah, like what? The pilot lazily stands upright and saunters over to you. A quizzical look at their face. Just, if there were any signs or clues about what happened down there. Seemed to me like everything's been figured out. Quinn killed the doctor, attacked you. Crew saved your life by hitting the alarm. Then Lord pieced together how Quinn and Bartimus are the ones who've been screwing everything up for the rest of us. Or have you got a problem with that? No, no problem. You lie. Lower, the captain asked me to see if I could find out how they'd done it all. So I thought there might be a clue left in the sickbay, since Commander Quinn spent so long down there. Hey, I mean, it's your time you're wasting. Cruz and I already gave the sickbay a once over, and we couldn't find anything. Well, maybe I'll just get lucky. You cursed at how long the elevator's taking to arrive, waiting for this conversation to end before you accidentally arouse Haru's suspicion further. Yeah, sure. Have fun, Lieutenant. Give us a heads up if you find anything. Yeah, of course. As Haru walks away, you breathe a sigh of relief that you'd managed to avoid any more questions about what you were doing in the sickbay and step onto the elevator. It doesn't take long for you to reach the sickbay, and as the doors open, you move slowly and quietly into the room, scanning it as soon as your eyes have adjusted to the light. Oh, the doctor's not here anymore. He must have moved his body somewhere. No sign of the attacker and no other immediate threat. You begin to walk through the room, giving everything you pass by a cursory once-over. Everything seemed to be exactly as you remember it. There was no sign that anyone had even gone into the effort of cleaning up the shattered glass which covered the floor by the medicine cabinets. It left the sickbay feeling grim and somber, more like a crime scene than a functional room. But you took slight solace in the hope that if the glass had been left alone, you had everything in the room, including any potential evidence. You huff across your arms. Where to begin? Heading over to the emergency beds, you do a quick visual review that doesn't reveal anything unusual. Despite this, you take some extra time to go over them, peering into all the little nooks and crannies where the padded top joints in the frame. You pay careful attention looking for any unusual markings or damage or signs that someone else may have been around them aside from Cassie and the doctor. Unfortunately, the only thing that you can find that would be considered out of the ordinary is an empty chocolate bar wrapper stuffed under the pillow, alongside a few crumbs on the covering. You didn't need to be an expert tracker to know who had been here. The doctor's desk. There might be something helpful in there. Let's see. Much like on the O'Brien, the glass fronts of the cabinets that stored the various medicines and treatments had all been smashed with fragments covering the floor. You do your best to avoid disturbing anything, but still manage to crunch a few pieces on her foot. As you look at the broken edges, glass, that remains in the cabinet doors. No blood, no fabric, nothing caught on these shards. You step back to get a better look, and hear something crinkle as you step on it. Turning back to see what it was, you kneel down to pick it up. Nutri-Shake mix. Same as the O'Brien. You turn the packet in your hand and notice that it's completely empty. Just like what happened on the O'Brien. I know it wasn't Cassie who killed the doctor, and since this is the same thing that happened on the O'Brien, does that mean it's the same killer? Could it be whoever's piloting that machine? It's definitely possible, but why would someone in a machine that advanced resort to killing 2 doctors over meal replacement powder? I don't think it was powder in there. Or rather, something else was inside it. You walk over to the entrance to the surgery wing. The first thing that you notice is that the typical clear glass panel that lets you look inside still has the frosted effect. It's reserved for patient modesty or any procedure requiring discretion. With the rest of the crew accounted for and no one available to do any surgeries, you can only assume that it was left in place because the doctor's body had been stored inside. The doctor's desk is probably the best bet of finding something useful. Moving around to the side where the doctor's rosarium typically sat, you're relieved to find that the drawers are unlocked. That might be a bad thing though. Take a thick pile of files out at the top one and begin flicking through them, looking for anything useful. There's got to be something here. You think, but there's a huge number of documents and the stack of folders that you've taken more than you could easily skim through. After a few minutes, you place them down on the table and tried the second drawer. This time, a smile crosses your face as you pull out the doctor's datapad. Jackpot! Pulling a sticky note off the screen and placing it back in the drawer, you took the device out of it to inspect it. Looking for the power button, you find and flick the switch on the back of the datapad, watching the screen slowly illuminate. A device comes to life. The sound of a drive within it beginning to spin, letting you know it's still functional. Alright, I bet this will have all the information I need. Your elation is immediately wiped away as you're faced with a login prompt. Oh, come on. You place the datapad onto the desk alongside the pile of files and sit down in the doctor's chair, placing your head in your hands. You had no expectation that this endeavor would be easy, but you've been hoping that at the very least it would be being simple. Unfortunately, it did not look like it would be the case. After taking a few moments to silently fume at the challenges that were being thrown at your way, you realize there's nothing you can do but move forward. This can't be it. There's got to be something I can do. With a long exhalation, you stand up, looking around the sickbay. You've come this far, you weren't going to give up yet. Alright. You stand in front of the closed doorway, the surgery wing, tap on the frosted glass. You know the glass used is the same kind as the window on the bridge, and will be pretty much impenetrable to conventional weapons, let alone what you had at your disposal. Looking to the nearby terminal, you take out your card and run it up through the reader. Access denied as sufficient authority. You touch the response and pocket your own card, this time withdrawing Cassie's. But unfortunately, you're met with the same result. With a sigh, you gently tap the base of the door with the toe of your shoe before turning away. Got to be a way around it. It seems like it's possible to circumvent everything on this ship, one way or another. I bet the chief would know something about this. No obvious evidence that anyone else. For Cassie, suppose Hansen must have been resting on one of these beds at some point. There's no trace he was ever here. You place them on the counter, review each one in turn, finding them still completely sealed, with no obvious relationship between them. This one's for blood pressure, these are sleeping pills, some of these are antidepressants. The only factor in common is that it looks like they were all yanked out to get to what was behind them, which would be you peer into the back of the cupboard. where all you see is an empty cardboard tray with the product name printed on it. NutriShake Max, nutritional alternative, 10 2-kilo bags. If someone wanted Shake Mix, I'm pretty sure they could have just asked. Yeah. The always password down somewhere. I should take another look through these documents. And start looking through the files and table. From what you can tell, a lot of it is administrative records of medication orders, historic treatment reports. Nothing it seems like it could help you get a log in the datapad. With the exception of a few scribbled amendments on some of the pages, everything's printed out, making it unlikely you'll find a note of his password anywhere. You move on to the drawers. Aside from some loose electrical plugs and wires, the top one is empty. Looking at the drawer that you took the datapad out of, you see the sticky note that you peeled off earlier. If his password is going to be anywhere, it'd be here. The device asked me to press any key to continue. I asked Kathy's location of any key, not visible on keyboard. Yeah, he probably has his password written down then. The doctor cannot be serious. You lay the datapad on the table and run your hands back through your hair, letting out one long continuous groan of frustration. The device was probably your best hope of proving that Cassie and Captain Barnabas were genuinely unwell and the blackout had happened. But without the password, you had no chance of accessing the information. Can't let this stop me. Got to figure out the password. I know I could just select the location, but I'm like... Stepping inside the engine room once again, you see that both Dalton and the Chief are still hard at work adjusting various elements of the engine control system in an effort to get them back online. You'd hope that they had dealt with this by now, that you wouldn't be interrupting the Chief by asking your question about the terminal in the sickbay. I've no idea how long this process might take, though. You had no choice but to risk her ire. If that was a cost of proving Cassie had nothing to do with the doctor's death, it'd be worth it. Hey, Chief. You hesitate for a brief moment as you approach the Chief, who's currently elbow deep in some mechanical elements of the engine, with covering laying on the floor beside her, accompanied by an assortment of components. Her frustration at the engine's failure to restart is almost tangible to a sense of exasperation hangs in the air around her. You knew how seriously she took her work and how little she appreciated being interrupted, but if you didn't ask her now, you didn't know when you'd get another chance. Without her help, there was no getting into the surgery wing to examine the doctor's body for evidence of who his killer really was. You take in one long breath, hold it, then release it as you draw yourself up to your full height, hoping that by putting on an air of confidence, you'll be better received. What the hell is wrong with this boson flow? Injector should be having issues maintaining the required input, so why? Chief, I know you're busy, but maybe the outputs from the collider isn't reading right. Boson volume could be too low to... Chief! Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm right in the middle of something. It can wait. Sorry, Chief, but this can't. I need... What do you need that's more important than getting this ship moving again? If I don't, you bite your lip. And the Chief responds, there was no point in trying to be subtle about the things right now. Either the Chief would help you or she wouldn't. But first you need her to stop and listen. I'm trying to prove Commander Quinn and the Captain innocent, and I need your help. Chief looks beyond you and towards Dalton. You turn to, seeing the cadet still at his previous position, absorbed in his work. Before you can look back to her, she grabs you by the upper arm and dragging you down a gangway and out of sight. Run that by me again, Lieutenant. I said I'm trying to prove Commander Quinn and the Captain innocent, and that I'll need your help. I was hoping my head was too far into that transfer conduit to hear you properly. But I guess I was right. What's with this nonsense, Lieutenant? If Lord hears about this, both of us will get thrown out of an airlock. I mean, I mean it, Chief. We both know that what Lieutenant Lord's doing isn't right. If I don't prove what's really going on, then by the time we get back to Europa Colony, Captain Barnabas and Commander will be facing execution. If I can show everyone she's wrong, then we can get everything back to how it should be. You think it'll be that easy, Lieutenant? Chief, look, I know it sounds crazy, but right now, we're all going along with the Lord's doing because we're scared of what the ensigns might do if we don't. But if I can prove to everyone that Vanessa is wrong, the whole crew will know they'll be the ones charged with traitors when we get back. Even the ensigns won't stand by her then. After that, we get the captain back in command and Laura gets locked up where she belongs. You don't think she's right about all this, do you? She stays silent for longer than you'd like, her glare piercing right through you, so intense that you feel like it might burn you away. Eventually, she breaks her focus on you, releasing a long, tired sigh. Listen, Lieutenant, I know about you and Quinn, but right now, I've got a ship to get back to Europa and... Chief, I understand why you wouldn't want to get involved, but... You're damn straight I don't want to get mixed up in this. Chief, I need you. This ship needs me, Lieutenant. What's good getting the gun dog back to Europa if half the crew's going to wind up dead when we get back there? Best case scenario, the captain and commander get put on trial for something they didn't do. Worst case, whatever's in our hangar right now reactivates and tears the ship to pieces because the pilots, who should be keeping an eye on it, are too busy playing prison guard. Which is more important, Chief? The ship or the crew? I don't need much, Chief. Please, just your help to get into the surgery wing, so I can look for evidence to prove that Commander Quinn didn't kill the Dr. Rosarium. If I get caught, that's my own fault. I won't tell anyone you had anything to do with it. Please. Her heart feels like it's hanging above a cliff edge as you watch the chief's eyes dart back and forth, conflicting thoughts she's having clear in her face. Deep inside of you, your feeling and anticipation begins to rise, but you quickly subdue it. You've faced enough difficulty so far on your ship that you knew to temper your expectations. What do you say you needed, Lieutenant? The hope that you've been suppressing explodes like a geyser, and relief floods through you. Thanks, Chief. I knew I could count on... Slow down there, Dodgestar. I'm not going to go along with whatever scheme you're cooking up just like that. I know you're one of the good ones, but I've got my own back to watch out for. So what are you planning? Right, of course. All I need is your help with this. Is getting into the surgery wing and sickbay. I can't get in using my key card, but I'm guessing access is limited. Is there anything I can do, like using a PST? There's probably locks with the Rosarium's key card. Maybe the captain's? If his card isn't around, you're going to get... If his card isn't around, you're not going to get in using the PST. Thinking about it, it's just a standard access terminal though. So... You're serious about this, Lieutenant? Of course. I wouldn't be asking you if I wasn't. Want to prove it? What? I asked if you were going to prove it to me. I got that, but what do you mean? I like your spunk, Lieutenant. You've done good work so far. Looking out for everyone on board, the gun dog. But if I'm putting my ass on the line, helping you out, I've got to know you're committed to doing this. I don't agree with what Lord's done, but I don't have a death wish either. I'm going to need to see something that shows me you mean business. Sure, what were you? A gun. Gun? Yeah, that's right. I still got my electric shock weapon. Chief, shouldn't that... Not that toy, Lieutenant. A real gun. You told me you were going to find evidence Barnabas and Quinn didn't do any of this. Get the whole crew to hear you out. But what if the ensigns refuse to listen? How are you going to make them pay attention? I mean, This isn't just for me, Lieutenant. It's for your sake, too. Fine. That's what it takes. Strong start, Dodgestar. Get back here with something a bit more serious than that stun gun of yours, and I'll show you how to get onto the surgery wing. Alright, got it. If you get caught, though, I told you, Chief. I won't come back to you. Alright then. Get moving. Thanks, Chief. Your part of the deal made clear, you begin to walk away, knowing what you wanted to do. Before you get far, the Chief calls out to you. Hey, Lieutenant? Chief? Don't bother me until you're done. I've got engines to get started. Yes, Chief. Oh boy. Now, here's the thing. The armory's down that way. Vanessa would be notified if I tried to get a firearm, and I am sure she'd get the ensigns to ask a lot of questions about what I was doing. Too risky. And yet, I may have to do it. Everyone Harrow. If them on Vanessa's side, there's no knowing what they'll do. It's keeping a close eye on me, that's for sure. Be careful with what I'm doing and not give him a reason to distrust me. Dalton's hard at work helping the Chief resort the engines. It seems like being busy is keeping him from getting too stressed out. In reality, don't think Dylan has anything to do with this situation. He's definitely the kind of guy who just wants a quiet life. Really not sitting well with him. You turn a corner into the corridor that leads to both Cassie and the captain's rooms, and are immediately blocked by the two ensigns. Whoa, Lieutenant, slow down. Yes, sorry man, but this area is officially off limits. Understood? Can't let anyone near these dangerous prisoners, you know? Captain's orders. Ease up, you two. I'm just on my patrol. Oh yeah? Why does that bring you here? Don't you think we've got this under control? I don't. Hey, ease up on the lieutenant. Rumney, he had a head injury, remember? It's kind of hard to tell, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah? Maybe they don't realize how it looks for them, but to be sniffing around their girlfriend's quarters when she's locked up. Or are you here for something else, Lieutenant? I told you, I'm just here on my patrol. Consider this place patrolled, Dodgestar. Alright, got it. Good. You two working so hard. Hey, it's like you've been told. We're busy keeping an eye on everything. You could probably learn a thing or two from us, Lieutenant. 10 sounds passes between you and the ensigns. It was clear that they wouldn't be letting you anywhere near this set of quarters. I didn't mean being here was a waste of time, though. Hansen had been in the sick bay when you were attacked. Maybe he knew something? So do you want something, or have we got to remind you that you've got a job to do? No, it's fine. Nothing, Rumney. Keep up the good work. Same goes, Lieutenant. Don't let us catch you slacking off. Yeah. Alright, so... we're gonna have to get that gun. Or no? Really no option. You swipe your keycard through the reader attached to their terminal by the door. Instead of the door opening like you'd expect, You're caught off guard as the security device emits a series of harsh tones. You look to the terminal screen and see it presenting a warning in oversized flashing letters. Access denied, insufficient authority. You curse under your breath, hurrying down the long corridor towards the four-side thoroughfare to see if the ensigns had heard the noise. For hell's sake, Vanessa. You've been thinking about how you'd get around the alarm from the weapons lockers, but you hadn't expected Vanessa to have rescinded your access to the armory like this. With another muttered curse, you head away from the armory, not wanting to have to explain yourself if anyone were to see you here. Any hope you had that this would be easy crumbles away as you begin to consider how you were going to get into the armory now. The ship's captain was the only person with the ability to adjust the crew members' access privileges. Did this mean you'd have to pay Vanessa a visit? You shudder at the thought. Oh boy. Well, Entering the ship's airlock, you find everything as you'd expect. The interior doors sealed shut, the spacesuits are neatly stored, their containers, and the emergency access lever remains covered by the reattached panel. You absent-mindedly amble around for a minute. Oh, a while. Unsure of what you're expecting to find that might be helpful. As you turn to survey the area one more time, the toe of your shoe catches on something and you're sent tumbling forwards. Oh. Whoa. Just about managed to stop yourself from falling onto the floor, and after regaining your balance, you look back towards where you'd been stood. You don't immediately notice anything, but you were confident you tripped on something. There must have been something on the floor. I should take another look around. This is all looks in order. No doubt it's been touched since I had to take my spacewalk. Whoever was on the craft have opened the airlock to try to get off the O'Brien. They must have realized they were on a ship. Why would they do that? Or was it a quick way to get rid of the crew? Too many questions. Nothing seems that ordinary with this. Also, to open both of the airlock's doors through the terminals, so is there something else on board? We don't need to... So if there's someone else on board, we don't have to worry about having the O'Brien happening here. But then, how did whoever opened the doors on the O'Brien do it manually? Emergency spacesuit suits as expected. Carefully, you head back to where you'd been standing, sweeping your foot back and forth over the floor in front of you, only moving forward a few inches at a time so as not to miss anything. You're almost returned to your original position when you're taken by surprise as your shoe catches on something that you hadn't even noticed. Kneeling down, you run your hand over a small portion of what seems like slightly raised flooring. You eventually find an edge, and with that little purchase you have, raise it up. How long has this been here? You stand to survey your discovery from all angles. What you tripped on was clearly a hatch, but to where you couldn't quite tell. Does it look like a Jeffries tube? Looking down into the space that had just been revealed, you don't see anything except some nondescript steel paneling and the odd length of piping or wiring. A maintenance tunnel? Take the hatch shut and press down on it with your foot. With only a little pressure, it's almost perfectly flush with the floor. I guess that explains why I'd never noticed it before. I wonder where it goes. I know who I could ask. Could ask the chief, maybe. Or even Dalton. First, Dalton looked down the length of the catwalk to see Chief disappear into a mass of machinery with her toolbox. In moments, a panel drops into view, followed by a series of unidentifiable mechanical components. You were under no illusion that you were asking a lot of the Chief. You didn't want to push her patience any further by asking another strange question. We were also confident she wouldn't be happy with you bothering Dalton, so with her out of the view, now was a perfect chance for you to find out more about the hatch you found in the airlock. Sir? At ease, Cadet. I just came to see how everything's going. Ah, right. Well, it's, okay, I think. Well, I mean, it seems like there's a problem with the, boson injectors. I'm trying to clear them of any residual distortion interference before we tried restarting the, HFDD, but it's taken longer than I thought. Is that, okay? Oh, that's what he said. Hey, you're an expert here, Cadet, not me. Oh, thank you, sir. Speaking of, I was hoping to borrow some of that expertise. I came across a hatch in the airlock. It's in the floor near the spacesuits. I couldn't tell where it leads since it's dark outside. Do you have any idea where it goes? Hatch in the floor? Oh, you mean the entrance to the maintenance crawlways? Maintenance crawlways? That's right. They're like the ones that you used to get off the bridge when the power was out. So where does this one lead? Well, that one actually leads to lots of areas all over the gun dog. Really? Yeah, there's a whole network of them that runs through the ship. They all lead to different parts of the ships and turret, so we can work on things without taking the whole rooms apart. But you can also get a whole bunch of places, like the one in the airlock leads to the hangar and engineering, all over really. I see. So someone could use them to get around the ship without being seen? I mean, I guess, but why would anyone... Don't worry about it, Cadet, just thinking out loud. Oh, okay. Is that, everything, Lieutenant? Yeah, that's it for now. Thanks for your assistance, Cadet. You've been really helpful. Oh, sir, thank you, sir. No sweat it. You can hear the sound of the chief's frustrated muttering, groaning louder in distance, and acutely aware of the potential scorn you'd face if you were to get caught distracting Dalton. Decide it's time to get moving. Well, looks like the chiefs might need you soon, so I'll leave you to it. Thanks again, Dalton. Oh, I'm sure. Maybe checking the airlock was a good idea. Having found out what you need from Dalton, you swipe your keycard through the terminal beside the door and step out in the engineering room. Oh, the second you step through the doorway, you jump with a start as Haru appears in front of you. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant. You needed something from our engineers? Damn it, Rumney, what the hell? Hey, what? Not happy to see me? Jeez, I wasn't expecting you to be there. It's like we said, Lieutenant. We're keeping an eye on things, making sure nothing interrupts our journey back to Europa. You've not been bothering the chief, have you, Captain Lords? Pretty keen on getting those engines back online. No, just doing my standard patrol, Rumney. Alright then. Just make sure you don't get in anyone's way. Got it? Yeah, got it. Alright. Well, catch you later, Lieutenant. What is up with them? According to Dalton, this crawlway leads to serious tunnels that run all through the ship. If there's an intruder on board, this is probably how they've been getting a bit unnoticed. According to Dalton, this is crawlway leads to a series of tunnels. Intruder on board, how they've been getting about unnoticed. If they're as extensive as Dalton says, I don't have the time to start exploring them right now. Oh. But I could use it to get into the armory. Maybe, possibly. What I find out in the sick bay will be useful, but I feel like there's more down there that could help me. too sure, but it definitely looks like someone had cut their way out of the foam around that machine. I'm going to confront Vanessa. I need to do it as soon. We've got an intruder on the ship, and everyone's at risk. There's anything unusual when I was in there, aside from the amount of ship's chocolate supply that had already been bought. Tara's coffee. Self-hitting ration packs? Wow. We lost a lot of weight between Jupiter and Lunar. Dylan would be a lot more relaxed about this whole situation, but I guess not. He's still not allowed to listen to his music. Maybe that's putting him on edge. Maybe it's me, I guess. I can't blame him, considering how things look when he's setting Vanessa on the bridge. Yeah. Interesting, that clicking there is not doing anything. I need to get in the armory. I'm gonna have to go to the bridge. I don't want to go to the bridge. Alright, to the bridge we go, I guess. Lift the elevator and press the button that sends it up towards the ship's bridge. The thought of seeing Vanessa leaves you feeling queasy as you think about her behavior when it had been the two of you alone together. You'd only be on the ship with her for a few days, but nothing she'd done had given you the impression that she felt that way about you until then. You grow increasingly nauseous as you can't help but think about it. Did she really want you to like that, or had she been carried away in the moment following her victory over the captain? Neither option was pleasant to think about. Still, you knew you needed to remain on her good side if you were going to get permission to access the armory. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. As the door slides open, you step onto the bridge and, due to force of habit, announce yourself whilst saluting. Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar, entering the bridge. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. At ease, I suppose. I hope you've come to report some good news on identifying how those traitors managed to send broadcasts undetected, or that you've got the bottom of all that unusual activity. You know what you've found out so far would be something that your new captain would definitely want to know, but for the time being, you've been keeping it a secret. You didn't want to give her any advantage when it came to time to confront her in front of the crew. Nothing yet, ma'am. Then why are you wasting your time bothering me? Get back to it. Well, ma'am, you make your best attempt at seeming friendly and enthusiastic, as much as it sickened you to be this way around Vanessa. If you were going to convince her to give you access to the armory, you need to do everything you could to assure her that you were firmly on her side. I just thought I'd come up and make sure that you were doing okay. I know you're always working hard for the ship and her crew, and that you've got all these new responsibilities. The sense of obsquince tone you're speaking in makes you want to retch, but you push on. I thought that you must be under a lot of pressure, so I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help ease some of the pressure I'm under. Well, 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 Lieutenant Dodgestar. Let me get some of that let me give that some consideration. Of course. Oh, of course. Of course, ma'am. Vanessa must have had the Edison's access to armory at some point when there was no one else on the bridge. Otherwise, the notification that weapons were being taken would have been a huge giveaway. What else has she done that I don't know about? Long communications of order. Engines of flame. We're pretty much marooned and blind out here. Really hope there are no more of those machines nearby. Got enough to worry about without one in the hangar following its friends. Like what you see, Lieutenant? Oh, I was just no need to be so shy. Ugh. The controls about the armrest of the chair might be useful, but I don't see how I'm going to get into them without Vanessa's here. I'll discount them for any plans I make. Too risky to try to use them. Ah, well, we're talking to Vanessa. Ah, Lieutenant. Lounging with a slight slouch, one arm on the armrest and her legs crossed, Vanessa turns to the captain's chair to face you. Yes, ma'am, I was just thinking about what you said earlier. Ma'am? About helping me out. Relieving some of this pressure I'm under. Oh god, I feel like I want to throw up. A shiver runs down your spine. You know, Vanessa, despite how poetically she was acting right now, you could sense her predatory intent. Oh god. The smirk on her face as her eyes look at you up and down does little to help you. You cough loudly and interrupt her. Actually, Captain. Refer to Vanessa this way. Still have a rotten taste in your mouth. I was hoping that there was something you might be able to help me with. Oh. Vanessa sits up slightly in the chair, crossing one leg over the other. As a captain, I'm here to look after my crew, so go ahead. You cough again, this time to clear your throat, as the intensity Vanessa's hungry gaze grows more unsettling. Well, Captain, that is, I was following your orders and patrolling the ship, looking out for more signs of unusual activity, and leaning forward, Vanessa places both feet on the floor, her legs shoulder-width apart. And I think I may have found something. Oh, really, Lieutenant? What would that be? I'm not totally sure, but I think there may be a few other crew members involved. I'd like to keep investigating for you. I know Ensign Cruz and Ensign Rumney are busy with the orders you gave them, watching over the prisoners, so I want to handle it. But I'm worried they might be dangerous. I want to make sure I can get anything I find out back to you. The fate of your ship is at stake after all. But I'd like to request access to a firearm from the armory. For our security. That's quite the ask, Lieutenant. I'm sure you've been performing your duties admirably up until now, but still. Doggo. You know I can't just let anyone have access to the firearms. Only the crew members who are devoted to the captain can be trusted. Resting her elbows on each armrest and steeping her fingers, Vanessa leans forward, her legs shifting slightly and further apart. She's maniacal. Something changes in her eyes, and the look she's giving you stirs from hungry to ravenous. Oh god. How about this, Lieutenant Dodgestar? If you take a break from your patrol for a while so that I can take you up on that offer you made earlier of helping me out. Oh no. Then I'm sure I could be convinced to give you access to the armory. As Vanessa puts this proposition to you, she sits back upright, resting her hands on her knees before sliding them up her legs. They rest in her lap for just long enough to make you more uncomfortable, and then she crosses her arms. What do you say? This is getting weird. Your stomach is tied in a tight knot as you shift around comfortably. You were well aware what she was asking, but was it a price you were willing to pay? The chief had seemed adamant that she wanted to see a gun from the armory and a show of commitment. Was that the only thing she'd accept? There was another way. He was sure of it. The chief would understand, and even if she didn't, you could find your own way around the terminal. A different way to get that evidence, something that wasn't this. You swallow nervously and respond to Vanessa's question with a curt. I don't like the scenario at all. Excuse me, Lieutenant. Well, see, the thing is, you take a step back as Vanessa rises from the seat. I appreciate that. I did offer. I understand that there's a lot going on, but you continue to step away and are almost halfway to the elevators before Vanessa begins to head towards you. But I really feel that time is of the essence with this investigation, so if you think I'm able to carry it out without the weapon, then you bump into the wall next to the elevator and reach backwardly to press the call button, not once taking your eyes off the approaching captain. Lieutenant Dodgestar, you're beginning to test my patience. You hear the soft sush of an elevator door opening behind you, and you step into it, immediately tapping the button to send it back down to the central hub. Apologies, ma'am. I'll get this resolved as soon as possible. You respond just as the door closes. You lean back against the cool steel of the elevator wall, your heart pounding in a mixture of terror and disgust. What am I going to do now? Surely I can just go through the crawl space. Let me use the crawl space. There's no other panels anywhere, is there? I'll go to my quarters for a second. Not so many update orders. Looks like she's not the captain she thinks she is. Unlike Cassie's terminal, mine's actually in a condition where I can use it if I need to. I hope she's doing alright. I wish I could. Wait a second. You sit down in front of the turret console and navigate to the electronic mail function. Opening up the new message, you begin to type. It's not a long message, but you let Cassie know that you're thinking of her and reassure her that everything will be alright. You get a response. You think maybe you could plan something together or find out her side of the story. Once complete, you send the message and step away from the terminal. You'll have to check back later, because rushing back to the turret interface, you see a message waiting for you. BRB. I'm back. Just had to go calm down Luna. Yeah, let's see where we are. Blah, blah, blah. Rushing back to the interface, you see a message waiting for you on the screen that wastes no time in opening it. Where you'd hoped to see a response from Cassie, instead, all you saw was an automated notification that her access had been restricted, alongside a length of text advising you to contact operations if you felt this was an error. You stand back to stop yourself from striking the machine in frustration. Don't worry, Cassie. Not going to be this way for long. No time for reading. Until I've proven Captain Barnabas and Cassie innocent, I can't waste time with anything else. Those painkillers that Vanessa gave me were something else. I slept for nearly 24 hours after I took them. If I hadn't been unconscious, maybe I'd have noticed Vanessa was up to something. That the Ansons had taken those guns. That part of her plan? Probably. Didn't bring anything useful for a situation like this. All those drawers and having her fresh uniforms, toiletries, and some books. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to... See, if it was me, I'd go wandering through the tunnels looking for the armory. What I would do. Unless I went to sleep, I was out for nearly 24 hours, and Vanessa managed to arrange a mutiny under my nose. I'm not sleeping until all this is dealt with. Recharge the light? Yes. Well, this has achieved as much as I thought it would. Let's turn it back on. Who's all over here again? Dalton. Dylan. Some of these are pretty fuzzy. I guess it means a long-range communication system still down. Maybe that's for the best. At least it means that Vanessa can't broadcast her accusation back to the Europa colony. We'll basically be there by the time we're actually within contact range. Although if anything else happens, it means we can't call for help. I'm still the same on that. Hanger. I find anything right now. You drift over to the two humanoid machines located towards the rear of the hangar, unsure if you'd find anything, but not wanting to waste opportunity. Grabbing a hold of the open cockpit, hatch and Hansen's machine, you peer inside, seeing nothing but the standard interior of a Juno 3 armored frame with the additional passenger seat still mounted on the side. Taking off the battle-scarred armor of the Juno you'd been a passenger in, you glide through the minimal gravity and arrive at Hara's machine. You repeat the check you made a moment ago in the cockpit, not expecting to see anything different. You're surprised when you notice something slightly out of the ordinary in the corner of one of the monitors and move in to investigate. Taped to the edge of one of the screens is a small photograph, much like the ones in Cassie's quarters. It's a printout of a digital picture. You instantly recognize a much younger Hansen standing by a similar young, youthful Haru. Both are wearing a ceremonial uniform and stood in front of the kind of Juno used during the Solar War. The wide smiles you see in their faces are miles away from the snide looks of disdain you're used to receiving from them, and you realize that each pilot is proudly holding a medal up the camera. You spend a few more moments looking at the photo before leaving the cockpit and heading back to the main catwalk by the hangar entrance. I'm at a loss. Mass hall, nothing. Fire control got. Yeah. Airlock. That's sick bay. Can't find anything else down there. Can't get in the armory yet. Can't get the captain's quarters or Cassie's quarters. Engine room, don't disturb it anymore. Beans to the computer. I think we may have to do what we do not want to do. But surely the game would not force you to do that. There has to be another way, right? I only think of one potential thing. Axelson, Lieutenant? Thought we told you that we had this all under control. Yeah, you did. So what, do you miss us? Or is there something you're after? You're gonna tell me what you want to talk about something? Well... ask about you too. Captain Lord. Ask about what's going on. Yeah, I actually wanted to talk to you about everything that's been going on. Oh, you do, huh? Well, go on, Lieutenant. What's in your mind? Don't you think what's happening is weird? That there's something bigger going on? Damn right, it's weird. Never been on a ship where the captain tries to get their whole crew killed before. Total first for me. Me too. That's not what I mean. Don't you think that it's... that none of this makes sense? Why do you think Captain Barnabas... Who? Captain Bart... Oh. Huh? Why do you think Mary's Barnabas would do all this? What's in it for her? Or Commander Quinn? Yeah, who knows what that mess up... Who knows what that mess is up to? Maybe she's sick of killing herself slowly with the booze and pills and figured it was time to finish herself off. Lots of pressure being the granddaughter of Admiral Barnabas, right? Those higher-ups have always got to make it our problem, though. Drag us down with them. Ruse, that's... You want to tell me I'm wrong? Forget it. But don't you think that things in our hangar's pretty weird? Couldn't this all be to do with that craft? Yeah, I figure we're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Lucky for you, the JCS greatest pilot is on board. If that thing tries to pull any more crap, I'll slice it in pieces before I can get out of the hangar. Hey, relax, Dodgestar. We've got you covered. Just leave it to us. Is that what you wanted, or do you want to ask something else? Well... Ask about Captain Lord. Are you guys really happy with Lord running a ship? What do you think is going to happen when we get back to Europa? You got a problem with the captain, Lieutenant? Something you want to tell us? No, I mean, I'm on your side, right? You better be. I just think, do you reckon when we get back to the colony that the higher-ups are going to go with what she's saying happened? What if they find something that shows she's wrong about all this? You know something we don't? Nothing like that. But what if someone found something out? What showed that showed Vanessa was wrong. Hey, at this point, if something like that came up, it'd get us all in hot water. It'd be easier for us if that kind of thing just disappeared. You get me? Right. But no one's going to find anything like that because Lord's got it all figured out. Means, motivation, all that stuff. When we get back to Europa, they're going to be calling us heroes for catching a traitor and capturing an enemy machine. We'll finally get promoted to squad leaders on a carrier or something. I see. Hey, I know you're probably sour because it turned out like your girlfriend's been sweet-talking military secrets out of you this entire time. I get it. We've all seen how she feels at those skirts, and no one would blame you. And Lord might need a attitude transplant. But what she's figured out about Quinn and the captain, it all stacks up. Trust us. You may have needed some persuading, but you've made the right decision. So is that why you wanted to, or anything else? Well, what about you two? I've been asking to get you two on our side in all this. Pretty personal question you're asking there, Lieutenant. You trying to get at something? No, I was just thinking that is not exactly like you guys got along with her before. Not exactly like she's got along with anybody before. It's very true. She must have offered you guys something pretty good. Damn straight she did. Away off this piece of crap to somewhere our talents can be appreciated. Make sure the return journey to Europa colony goes smoothly and the traders don't make any more trouble. And then we're back. When we're back, Lord explains how we help with a major security incident. We both get big promotions and then boom, we're stationed on a cushy carrier somewhere with a squadron each. The beat's rotting here for the rest of the time. How'd you end up in the Gundog anyway? Same way you did. We screwed something up. I didn't. No way you'd be here if you didn't, Lieutenant. I didn't screw anything up. Whoa, take it easy, Lieutenant. No shame here. Circle of trust. Circle of trust? You couldn't tell him about how you wound up here. Hey, like I care, dude. I was just too badass. Get real. Hey, you know I'm telling the truth. You had me testing prototype armor frames for a while, right? Putting them through their paces, pushing them to their limits. Turns out I pushed them too hard and the machine couldn't keep up, so they got rid of me. Weren't happy that I kept hitting the limits of the precious seers or whatever. Yeah, now tell him what happens when an AF can't keep up with you. Yeah, whatever. Reactor went critical on one when I redlined the thrusters and didn't let up. I had to punch out. The whole thing turned itself into space dust. Cool, it turned into Azuda from Gundam. Another shook itself to pieces. When I did that again, ended up sending debris flying into the support ships. Nearly took out the bridge in one. They got rid of me after that weapons test went bad. I tried to beat the speed record on the target shoot. Cannon ended up overheating, magazine blew, shredding the testing platform in half a nearby observation ship. Gotta give it to the armor on those things. Nothing left but the cockpit and left arm. But I made it out. That's why I'm here. Aru, you're a trailblazer. I like it. Thanks for sharing, crews. Gonna tell the lieutenant why you're here? Because I got saddled with some real loser as a squad commander. Officer from the academy, no real experience, just books and simulations. Kept trying to tell us the wrong way to fight. Told that pencil neck I'd killed more AS than he'd ever seen. That none of the maneuvers he was pushing would work in real combat. He didn't like it. Liked it even less when I tore his frame's head off in a mock battle to prove a point. That's the JCF for you. Don't want talent outshining the ones who paid their way to the top. Oh, you know what, Hanson? I get it. So what about you, Lieutenant? Since we're getting all touchy-feely with the heart-to-hearts, you gonna tell us what you did? Look, I'm serious. I don't know why I was transferred here. It must have been a staffing thing. For real, Lieutenant? You gotta get over yourself, man. You don't want to share? Whatever. Fine, we'll change the subject. What did I ask you after? Well, after a while, the conversation begins to flow freely between you and the Ransons. You'd never expected to be in this kind of situation, especially not with Hansen, but despite your lingering distrust of the two of them, you find yourself having something that could be seen as a good time. There hadn't been any expectation that you could get any really useful information out of them, but with how things were going, you were starting to change your mind. It was still risky though. You knew they still harbored suspicions about you, and if you pushed them too far, you might lose any goodwill you built up. I'm able to find out something important though. Did I risk it? Let's ask Hansen about the attack. Did I risk it? I feel like having some goodwill with them would be beneficial later. Maybe. We're not gonna ask it. So, Hansen. Yeah, what's up? When I was attacked in the sickbay, what are you asking about this for, Dodgestar? Just as part of my security investigation. Captain's orders, you know. Yeah, go on. I just wondered, did you manage to get a look at who it was that attacked me? Come on, Lieutenant, don't be dense. The privacy effect was on, so the glass was all frosted. Everything was blurry, all I could make out was you getting put on your ass. Did you see any details at all? Anything that could help us identify the killer? Or do you think the captain's wrong about it, being Quinn? You want to go have a chat with her about this? I'm just trying to be thorough. He paused briefly, considering a different approach. Are you sure it was Quinn? I mean, I didn't get a good look at them, but they were definitely Quinn's height. Shorter than you. The glass kind of messed up the colors in her uniform though. Made it look all black. But it was the same build. Had to be her. Besides, she was the only one in there when everyone got down to sickbay. But you couldn't see that well, right? So it could have been someone else. Someone could have left. You call me a liar, Lieutenant? No, nothing like that. I just wanted to be totally sure about that. What happened though. What happened, Dodgestar, is I saved your damn life. If I hadn't hit that alarm when they psycho girlfriend, probably would have finished you off just like the doc. So maybe instead of giving me the 3rd degree, maybe you should actually thank me instead of, huh? Hey, I'm sorry, I just wanted to... Asking a lot of questions for someone who said they were with the captain on her side of things. You got something you want to tell us, Lieutenant? Okay, just forget I asked. You want to be careful, Dodgestar. I was kind of thinking you were okay, but you're making me wonder. Remember what we told you earlier? Alright, yeah, you know what. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. With the tension suddenly higher than you'd like, you turn away to leave. Things hadn't gone well, but you knew now that Hansen hadn't actually seen Cassie attack you, just someone her height and build. On top of that, he mentioned the color of her uniform. Hopefully this would be worth upsetting the two ensigns. That brief image we saw on the other ship on the Brine, they had a black uniform. I think I have to go to the bridge. I think I have no option now. Lieutenant Dodgestar. Frustration drips from Lord's words as she turns to you, scowling. You're becoming an unwelcome distraction. What do you want? You swallow nervously. You could still go through with this if you wanted to. But you knew there would be another way somehow. Nothing, ma'am. Just checking it by part of my patrol. Get off my bridge. There's nothing for you to hear. Stop bothering me with your stupid interruptions. Understood, ma'am? There must be some way into the armory without talking to her. Hey, Dylan. What's going on, Lieutenant? Get that proof you were after? Yeah, I've got some, but I'm sure there's more I can find. I'm just here to check on you, though. Have you seen anything or anyone suspicious aboard recently? Dylan gestures from his screens to the general direction of the hangar. I mean, aside from that, has there been anything that's caught your attention? Anything at all? Sorry, Lieutenant. You know me. Aside from that little meeting we just had on the bridge, I've been sat in here doing FA since pretty much since we launched, I guess. Alright. Well, if you see anything, let you know. I've got it, Lieutenant. I think I gotta get in here. But if I'm going to get in here, I'm going to need to... I can't. I'll talk with the chief. I'm sure she'll understand. Yeah, talk to Chief one more time. You approach the Chief, your shoulders slumped and head hanging low. You've been insistent that you bring back a firearm to demonstrate that you were serious about what you were doing, and reassured her that you have some kind of leverage. But the cost was something you weren't willing to do. It was too high. It wouldn't just be giving in to Vanessa, it'd be betraying Cassie, betraying yourself. Maybe if you were lucky, she'd... Damn it, Lieutenant. Oh, sorry, Chief. You've been so wrapped up in your thoughts that you hadn't been watching where you're walking and ended up bumping right into her engineer. Almost made me drop a full electric converter. If I'd lost that, you'd be... What's up with you? Looks like something eating you up. You look up at the Chief, your teeth gritted, your brow furrowed. Look, Chief, I know our arrangement was... I know you wanted me to get my hands on a gun. Show you I was serious. But I don't have access to the armory. And to get it, well... Vanessa wanted... Chief, I would do anything to show you I'm serious. But what Vanessa wants me to do, I won't do that. I can't do that. Jeez, Lieutenant, what's she after? Cast your eyes downwards out of shame, not wanting to meet the Chiefs. Don't worry about it, Lieutenant. Chief? It's that bad, huh? Well, you've done enough. Come with me. Chief lays down the tool she'd been holding and wipes sweat from her brow, the back of her gloved hand before heading further down the gangway. You're so deep into the engine room by the time she stops, it's almost impossible to make out the figure of Dalton in the distance. Not skipping a beat, the Chief motions to her terminal next to the small door. Looking to get around one of these, right? You glance at the terminal, the Chief gestures to and nod. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the same at least. They're all the same. It's a combination digital physical security unit. JUCF used to manufacture loads of these back in the day. overproduced then though. So when someone came up with a better system, there were huge amounts left over. Didn't make sense to waste them, so the JUCF's been using them in low security facilities or on ships where they're not expecting any problems. Right, so how do I get past it? Well, first, Chief lays her hands on the edge of the device, her thumbs resting on the screen, while she grips the sides with her fingers. She then yanks it with tremendous force, pulling the entire screen and a portion of the terminal casing away from the main unit, leaving it attached to the rest of the machine's innards by a long ribbon cable. Oh, okay, that's the first thing you gotta do. Now, get over here. You move closer, observing the massive electronics contained within the exposed interior of the terminal. These things work by redirecting power to the door whenever it scans the right clearance on a card. Power is transferred through these nodes. You rotate them so you can get the power where you want it to go. Ooh, a puzzle. Give it a shot. Well, we need to get to here, right? Bingo. Successfully hack a terminal. The master unlocking. After some trial and error, you notice to rotate a final component and watch the door beside you slide open. Not bad, Lieutenant. Once you're done, all done, you need to do is reset the nodes and clip the lid back on. That'll do it for you. Do it for you. Yeah, thanks, Chief. This should be everything I need. All right then, I've got to get back to it. Guess you're gonna go take a look at the Dr. Rosario now, huh? Be careful, Lieutenant. You're doing a good thing, but don't get yourself killed. Don't worry, I won't. You got it, Chief. Chief? Thanks for not forcing me to getting that gun. Don't sweat it, Lieutenant. Just make sure that whatever you're doing works. I'll do my best. And make sure it doesn't screw up my ship. I've got enough work as it is. Yes, Chief. Understood. Right. To sick bay. You walk up to the terminal next to the surgery wing's entrance and place your hands on either side of its plastic casing. I'm really glad the Chief was willing to show me how to do this, without demanding I get that gun. Otherwise, I don't have to think about it. With a swift tug, you yank the top of the device's casing away, ending up with the screen still attached to the bulk of the unit by a long ribbon cable in your hands. Right, so she said all I need to do was rotate these nodes to adjust the flow of power and unlock the door. Shouldn't be too hard. Apparently. Oh, this is going like that. And that's vertical. That's that intersection there. That can only go straight, so it needs to turn to go down. And that's there. Oh, it comes onto this part. Oh, it's a crossover. Bingo. After rotating one final component, you hear a click, and the door into the surgery wing slides open. Finally. You shiver as you balance the detached screen on top of the portion of the terminal still attached to the wall. You realize that with the surgery wing door open, freezing cold air is flooding through the doorway and dropping the temperature of the main sickbay. I guess they must have reduced the temperature in there to preserve his body. You dwell on this thought, staring at the doorway until the chill becomes too much, and you feel the need to get moving again. As you take a deep breath, steeling yourself for what you'll see in there, the cold air stings the back of your throat. With a fresh chill burning down your spine, you step onto the room. This was your first time entering the surgery wing. Any surgery wing, in fact. Although you'd been able to see into this one from the occasion you'd be inside sickbay and the glass hadn't been frosted, the close proximity to the surgical assistants made them much more intimidating. A series of long, thin, mechanical appendages were suspended from a collection of disc-like objects, which themselves were attached to the room's ceiling by various supports, cables, and tubing. The room's temperature was so low you could see your own breath, which turned to condensation on certain parts of the machines, glinting with caught light as you moved around them. Directly underneath all of this was the body of Dr. Sifa Rosarium. You shudder as you approach the corpse. Although you encountered the bodies of the crew and O'Brien, those weren't people you had interacted with, spoken with, people you'd known. Laying here on the table, the lack of vital essence in the doctor was tangible. As today as he'd been when he was alive, seeing him like this made your stomach turn. Hang on a second. Brushing a few errant hairs out of the way of the doctor's ocular replacement, you peer into the lens that served as a substitute for his eye. Seeing no sign of power, you move over to the doctor's arm. After some hesitation, you pick it up and it bends easily at the elbow and wrist joints. You try moving the fingers and they too yield with minimal effort on your part. The resistance doesn't look like there's any power running to it. You check the arm one more time and move back to inspect the mechanical eye. As you expect, you're not able to find a switch or power toggle on it either. What do you notice is singeing along the edges where the device meets the doctor's skin, with the lens of the eye surrounded by a ring of black. From what you knew of the prosthetics like these, they were usually powered by industrial-grade power cells. The types of cells used by JCF were powerful enough to keep something like the doctor's limb running for a multitude of voyages, multiple voyages. It'd be unusual for it to need replacing mid-mission, respectively, considering the importance of the crew member. These shouldn't have shut down, unless they were overloaded. The only explanation you could think of was that they'd been damaged and knocked offline, but after another inspection, you don't see any sign of injury or physical trauma. The cybernetics themselves showed no sign of signs of damage either, with the exception of the slight charring around the lens of the eye. With these scorch marks and no damage to the outside of the prosthetic, the only thing that could have done this would be a huge electrical shock, just like the O'Brien. Same thing that happened to the bridge crew on the O'Brien. I haven't seen anything to suggest an issue with the sickbay's electrical systems. No exposed wiring or broken machinery, so not like he could have done this on an accident. Which means this must have been done by an electroshock weapon. An electroshock weapon to someone who has cybernetics could be lethal. I'm the only crew member who gets issued a stun gun, and doesn't seem like the engines took one either. They were only using standard firearms. You stay in place, looking at the cold and lifeless form of the doctor. Your breath condensing in front of you and dissipating an uneasy rhythm. I've got what I need to hear. You head out the doorway, only seeing the briefest of glances of the doctor as you turn the terminal and begin resetting the components. As the door slides shut, you clip the screen back in place, move away. What you found had left you with more questions than you'd gone in with. But if you were right and the doctor has been killed by electrocution, there was no way Cassie could have done it. You shiver as you consider what might have happened. The cold air you'd realize still lowering the temperature of the sickbay to an uncomfortable level. There's nothing else for me in there. Anymore, I should get moving. Yeah, but I didn't find a way to get a data pad. We've got clues. What do we use data pad? I need to go to his... Wait, where's his quarters? Isn't his quarters on the side where our little ensigns are? Look like I wrote his password down anywhere. All I could find were some old records, some cables, and that sticky note. Device asked me to press any key to continue. Ask Kathy's location of any key. Not visible on keyboard. He was always making notes on his tablet. How could he be that bad at using it? As you step in the elevator, you blow on your hands and rub them together. Try to get some feeling back after having spent so long in the cold surgery wing. It takes your entire journey back to the central hub, with the feeling in your fingers to return to even that tingled, an unpleasant prickling sensation. Lieutenant. Ah! Damn it, Rumney, what the hell are you doing there with that gun? Oh, this? You know, just hanging around, making sure everything's secure. What about you? Spent quite a while in the sick bay there. You feeling sick or something? Decide to self-medicate? You brush past Howard and walk into the central hub, trailed by the ensign. No, like I keep telling you, I'm actually doing my job. Investigating what's going on, trying to find out what's happened. Yeah, I guess that's what you've been saying. So you actually found anything yet? Pause at the question. Well, hey, don't sweat it if you haven't. Just nice to see you keeping yourself occupied. Thanks. Well, if you find something, let us know. You get how important it is that you get how important it is that we all know what's going on. They're definitely getting suspicious. I need to get this over there before they try to get in my way. Hey, Chief. She's currently working on some part of the engine. It looks pretty intense. I've got what I need from her. I shouldn't bother anymore. Yeah, but any key. It's Dalton. Dylan. Access Lieutenant? Oh, we told you we had this all under control. Yeah, you did. Would you miss us? Or is there something after? You tell me you want to talk about something? Well... No, doesn't matter. You know what? Don't worry about it. Well... Yeah, well, it's been a slice. Remember, Lieutenant, don't let us catch you slacking off. Hey, Dylan. What's going on, Lieutenant? Get that proof you're after? Yeah, I've got some, but I'm sure there's more I can find. I'm just here to check up. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, nothing different here. Oh, wait, I've got the thing with me. notice was the only thing that closed a clue, and it wasn't exactly helpful. Maybe it's... I guess that wasn't it. What kind of password would the doctor use? Maybe someone who served with him longer would know. Anything I should know about? Nah, nothing much. Space, more space. If space starts looking weird, I'll definitely give you a shout though. Thank you for your vigilance. No sweat. What about you? Any hot evidence that'll blow the case right open, detective? Well, actually, you fish out the doctor's datapad out of your jacket pocket and hand it over to the gunner. This was Dr. Rosarium's. I'd hope to find something on it, but I've not been able to get into it because he's got a password. Do you know how to get around that? Password now? Did he like leave it written down or somewhere or anything? Leave himself any hints? Not that I've been able to find. Although, you reach into your jacket pocket and pull out the note that you found in the same drawer, the datapad, and pass it over. Ha, dude, really? Seems that way. Huh. Actually, give me a second. Sure. Dylan passes the note back to you, and you scrunch it. Dylan passes the note back to you, and you scrunch it up in your pocket, watching as he starts typing in what he thinks might be the potential passwords. In 10 seconds, as relaxed as ever, he presses it back to you, the screen now showing you a full access to the doctor's data. What was it? Password. Where's any key? Where's any key? Enter password. He enters password. What? Yeah, for real. Figured a guy who'd look for the any key would follow a computer's instructions to the letter. Have you ever noticed how the login screen said enter password? You shove the datapad back into your pocket and begin massaging your temples. You're welcome, but by the way, yeah, sorry, thanks. I just, this crew, I swear. Hey, I hear you there. So, anything else I can do for you? Any other clues need cracking? Not right now. Well, you know where to find me. Thanks, Dylan. Alright, let's go to my quarters for now. And take a look at this. JSFX Gundog crew medical records. This looks like it contains the medical records of everyone on board the Gundog. If I go any further, I'll be looking at some really insensitive material, but there could be something in here that helps me. I need to make sure I only look at what I need to. Barnabas. Here we go. Unresponsive due to alcohol-induced Vesalgia, huh? Wait, attended orders following notification by crew member. Patient was discovered unresponsive due to alcohol-induced Vesalgia. Level of consumption indicates undiagnosed alcoholism. Captain's not going to like this coming out, but it shows she was in no condition to be doing much of anything when the blackout happened. Hey, Captain, we have cleared you of treason. Your alcoholism and being unfit for command, however, different problem that you're gonna have to deal with afterwards. That information should be helpful in proving that she didn't have anything to do with that. It definitely shows she wasn't just ignoring her duties. Not knowingly, at least. That gives me something to use for the captain. Let's take a look if there's anything on here for Cassie. Sandra Quinn. Patient delivered to sickbay unconscious at 20:13:32. Sudden onset migraines and loss of consciousness as of 23:04:214. Current scanner remain inconclusive. Inconclusive indications of neurological condition. Indications of neurological condition require escalation to the Colony Medical Center. A scan set 3 provides no avenue for effective treatment. Diagnosed with gastric distress linked to synthetic ingredients in onboard food stores. Ongoing treatment, standard meals to be substituted. Nutri-Shake powders, 50 gram serving 3 times daily. Dinos with alcoholism, dinos with dysmethia, 9. There's refused antidepressants, medications, and counseling. Discretion to forgo mandatory counseling provided by Admiral Bartimus. Chronic hypertension. Do I read the rest? I don't think I should. I said, wait, there's no entry for me. Hansen. Severe fracture of Aldina due to trauma from sudden impact whilst piloting armored frame. Automated ossification procedure commenced and completed by indication of long-term damage. Diagnosed with complex PTSD. Refusal to attend CBD sessions. Ongoing treatment. Oh, okay. The doctor's task list. Oh, this is his thing here. Looks like he sorted it by patient. He's even put timestamps and everything. That's pretty handy. The scan he was going to do on Cassie. Didn't get around to it. Ah, here's Cassie. He was given sedatives at 21:22. I came by to see her roughly 21:30. So we have when he was murdered, basically. There's no way she could have attacked him just after being given sedatives, let alone kill him. This will be great at proving her innocence. I'd like to see Vanessa argue against this. That gives me something to show that both Cassie and the captain were genuinely out of action when the power went off. This should be all I need from his records. Review completion of that. Oh, we didn't get a chance to double check Hansen. Hey, me. Administer localized anti-inflammatory and painkillers. Yay! I'm curious. Recurring complaints regarding low impact conditions. No positive diagnosis to date. Potential hypochondriac. Yeah, that sounds about right. With this, I can show that Captain was in no state to be doing anything like sabotage around the time of the blackout. That note about the sedatives being administered also pretty much rules out Cassie as the doctor's killer. Thanks for being so thorough, Dr. Rosarium. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to you sooner. Yeah, I mean, literally kill. I suppose that's basically gave Cassie sedative at 22 minutes. I came in the room about 8 minutes later. And of course, I must have stumbled in where the killer was still present, which is why they didn't knock me out. Hey, Lieutenant, going somewhere? You're growing quietly as Hansen walks up beside you. You hadn't been aware that he'd been following you. You hadn't even noticed him enter the Forsyth thoroughfare. How long had you been there? What is it, Cruz? I spoke with you just a few minutes ago. You want to give me another spiel about how you're keeping an eye on me and things? I know, trust me. But I've got work to do, so yeah, about that. Guess we were being too subtle for you. Captain asked us to make sure you weren't doing anything suspicious, and I'm going to be honest. You've been nothing but suspicious since you started roaming around the ship, like a lost cadet. So I'm going to be taking you up to have a word with the captain about your conduct. Get real, handsome and busy. I'm not asking, Lieutenant. Bridge. Move. You raise your arm slowly and turn around, heading towards the central hub. Elevators. Every so often, Hansen thrusts a gun into your back if he feels you're not moving fast enough or you maintain the same steady pace. As the two of you board the elevator together, you resign yourself to what's happening. You knew you'd have to confront Vanessa eventually, but hoped that it would be on your own terms. You clear your mind of lost possibilities. This was the moment you've been preparing for. This was it. One more thing. Get caught by Hansen while investigating. Achievement. Journey to the bridge is a tense one, and the normally spacious interior of the elevator feels cramped as Hansen keeps his gun pointed at you, his grin on his face. As soon as you arrive, you're shoved out, sending you stumbling towards Vanessa. Ensign Hansen Cruz entering bridge, Captain. Brought someone I thought you'd need to talk to. Oh, Lieutenant Dodgestar. This is a disappointment. As much as I wanted to trust you, I had to ask the ensigns to make sure you weren't doing anything you shouldn't. But here you are. So then, Ensign Cruz, what has our wayward lieutenant been up to? Oh, you know him, sniffing around places he shouldn't be sniffing, asking a few too many questions, bothering people who shouldn't be bothered. Generally getting a little bit carried away for someone who should just be on patrol. What have you been up to, Lieutenant? You know if you don't play this right, you won't have another opportunity, so you take the chance presented to you. I've been doing exactly what you told me to do, Captain. I've been trying to figure out how Quinn and Barnmus were sending communications without records being made. And you were right. They have had someone else helping them. Who? Well, Captain, I don't know for certain, but I know how to find out. What do you mean? Trust me, Captain. Get the whole crew up to the bridge, and I'll be able to reveal exactly what's been going on. Cruz? Hey, go for it, Captain. If the lieutenant thinks they're being clever, I'm right here. If they're right, then it's going to be fun to find out what's happening. Vanessa seats herself in the captain's chair once again and presses down on a button on one of the armrests. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. This is the Captain Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew, with the exception of Ensign Rumney, who will remain on guard duty, are to assemble on the bridge. I repeat. Captain Lord runs through the announcement a few more times, and once finished, lifts her finger from the button, leaning back in the chair and crossing one leg over the other. There you go, Lieutenant. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got in store. It doesn't take long for Dylan to arrive, followed by the Chief, and then Dalton. Wary of what this announcement might mean, considering how things had gone previously, none of these three say anything. Instead, just finding a spot to stand and keeping to themselves. Everyone here except Haru, Hansen takes his place beside the captain's seat, his gun still trained on you. So then, Lieutenant Dodgestar, I believe you had something important you needed to tell me. You had to wait until the whole crew was present. You cough nervously. All eyes were on you. That's right, ma'am. You move across the bridge to a position where you're able to address everyone. The crew stare at you, with expressions ranging from terrified to quizzical. As Captain Lord instructed, I've been investigating what's been happening on the ship. I've managed to find some significant evidence that shows exactly what that is. You pause for a moment. It's clear that everyone is tense with anticipation. And that is... You swallow nervously. There's no going back now. Vanessa Lord is wrong about everything that's happened and is a mutineer. Captain Bardamus and Commander Quinn are innocent. Crews, detain him immediately. All right, Lieutenant. Show's over. Wait, I can prove it. Go along with Lord and you'll be charged as a traitor. That shut him up. Don't listen to him. Get rid of Lieutenant Dodgestar now. Despite Vanessa's instructions, the ensign pauses for a moment. He's like, wait, what if he's right? The other three members of the crew look from one to another, then towards Vanessa. You can see the seeds of doubt beginning to sprout among them. Trust me, you're all going to want to hear this. Crews, I gave you an order, so hang on there a second, Captain. I kind of want to hear the Lieutenant out on this one. Thanks, Hansen. Crews, get him off my bridge immediately, or I'll be exposed as a liar. Gotcha. This won't stand. I'll have all of you... What's wrong, Captain? Worried I might be right? If I'm wrong, just lock me up like Cassie and the Captain. I'll do more than that. I'm having you thrown out the airlock right now. No, that would be pretty much a drink against the Geneva Convention. Hansen! As Hansen begins to move towards you, you know you'll need to do something big to get him to hear you out. Hansen, if I can't convince everyone here right now, do what you want. Do what Lord wants. But do you want to bet your life on her without hearing what I have to say? Sorry, Captain. Hansen shrugs as he lowers his gun. Gotta admit, the Lieutenant's got me pretty curious. Fine. 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 I'll give you a chance, Lieutenant. Since I'm the captain, it is my duty to listen to the crew's wishes. Let's hear what kind of nonsense you come up with. But make it quick. Unless you can convince everyone here, I'll escort you to the airlock myself. Do your best to slow your breathing and stand up straight. You hadn't realized it, but as Hansen had approached you, your instincts had taken over and you'd slowly been shuffling backwards. Thank you, Captain. You move forward again, positioning yourself equally between the crew, Vanessa and Hansen. Oh, don't mention it. I'm dying to find out how you murdered her. Your murder of a girlfriend is innocent despite being in the perfect position to be held out behind everything. So let's hear it then. Your explanation. Maybe you could tell us how she couldn't have killed the doctor despite being the only person down there? All eyes are on Vanessa as the accusation is hanging there. From this point on, you need to be able to provide a counter-argument to everything she said to convince the crew that you're right. Oh, cool. Is this like, kind of like, was it, Ace Attorney and like Danganronpa sort of stuff. I should play those games. If you can't, or if you say something that she twists back on you, or proves incorrect, then you risk losing their support. Your life is in their hands. What is the Lieutenant? Had you assumed we wouldn't be examining the ridiculous theory this closely? Or do you think she killed him too? There's no way Cassie would have killed the doctor. I know her. She never hurt anyone. You snap back. Is that the best you've got? Crews, take him away so that Wait, that's not my reason. Let me answer first. If you want us to listen, then stop acting like such an idiot. Come on, then, Lieutenant Dodgestar. Enlighten us about how you're so certain that Quinn didn't kill Dr. Rosarium. Loaded physically capable. Condition she was in. Take a look at this. You reach into your jacket pocket and pull out the doctor's datapad. Your datapad? Not mine. Dr. Rosarium's. You quickly scroll through the task log and present it to the crew. His notes show right here that he sedated Cassie at 21:22. I entered the sickbay at 21:30. You can check the logs for that. How could she kill someone when she would have been completely unconscious? Dumbass. You told me that Cassie was taken to her quarters afterwards for security. Whoever carried her up there would have been able to see she was knocked out too. She was completely out of it when Rumney and I took her to her room. You expect us to believe she killed him while in the state, Captain? That's certainly an interesting thought, Lieutenant. I can't see why you'd think that. But you overlooked something obvious. You grit your teeth. You knew this wasn't going to be easy, especially when you were going up against a weasel like Vanessa. There's still 8 whole minutes between Quinn being sedated and you arriving. Don't you think she could have killed the doctor before the sedatives took effect? Not with how quickly those drugs work, Cassie wouldn't have been awake for long. It only takes a few seconds to kill someone, Lieutenant. 8 minutes is more than enough time. She couldn't have killed the doctor before the sedative took effect. You're too risky. She wasn't injured. The cause of death. Whether she had 8 minutes or 8 seconds, it doesn't matter. I know for a fact she couldn't have killed him. Lieutenant, please don't embarrass yourself. If you can't make a decent argument, don't just grasp at straws like this. She couldn't have killed him because he was killed by an electroshock weapon. What? How could you know that? I investigated the doctor's body. There's no sign of any physical trauma like bruising or broken bones, and since his prosthetics are battery-powered, they should still be active. But they're not. Considering they've been knocked offline, and that I found burns where the metal meets his body, the only explanation is that he was electrocuted. No one mentioned finding an electroshock weapon in there, and I couldn't find one either. So unless you think she was sedated, drew a hidden weapon, shot the doctor, and then hit it again, like couldn't have been her. Couldn't it? There's still 8 whole minutes, Lieutenant. And what if I go down there and find a weapon, huh? What then? What, are you going to plant one? Why, Lieutenant? It's an awfully low accusation to be making against your captain. I could send a neutral third party like Ensign Cruz here. You trust me, right, Lieutenant? I don't have to trust you. I can guarantee you're not going to find a weapon. And how could you possibly know that, Lieutenant? Because I still have her card. You couldn't have an electroshock weapon at all. That's what you're claiming, Lieutenant. But if Cruz here goes down and finds one, then I know it'd be planted. Back to that point, Lieutenant. Because of this. Because of your keycard. Not my keycard, Cassie's keycard. Which I've had since the blackout after you gave it to me. Ah! She wouldn't have been able to get anywhere except in and out of sickbay without using her card. So, how do you think she had been able to get into the armory? But. That's not all. What? Until you gave me access to the ensigns. Until you gave access to the ensigns, I was the only one on the ship who had the authority on my keycard to get into the weapons locker. She could have, and any weapons are taken are logged. You should know that, Captain. If we check the records, are we going to find anyone aside from me taking an electroshock weapon? Hey, wait a minute, Dodgestar. I saw Quinn in the sickbay. She's the one that took you out. What about that, huh? A good question, Ensign Cruz. What about that, Lieutenant? Whoever you saw, it wasn't Cassie. Yeah, guess you would say that, huh? Think about it. You said that my attacker was dressed all in black. The privacy effect may have been up, but it doesn't affect stuff like color. If we went in there now and stood on different sides, we'd both see our uniform colors as they are. Chief, what was Cassie wearing when you took her to her quarters? Just her standard uniform? So what now, Lord? Are you going to tell me that Cassie got sedated, killed the doctor, changed her clothes, hid some mystery weapon we can't find, attacked me, and then changed back again? All before the sedatives kicked in. I guess it can't have been Quinn. Well, Lieutenant, it seems like you've put forward a very compelling argument as to why Lieutenant Commander Quinn may not be the Doctor's killer. But I think I'll let the inquiry back on Europa Colony make the final decision on that one. Oh, don't give me that look, Cathy's. Even if there's the slightest chance that she's innocent of killing the Doctor, we can't forget that she's abandoned the ship in its time of need. You were there, after all, Lieutenant, when she took a little nap to avoid helping us solve the problem she no doubt caused. The same goes for Bardmuse, in case you forgot. That's nonsense and you know it. Is it? Don't tell me you think you've got something to say about that as well. Yeah, I can tell you that they had nothing to do with it. They were both unwell. We don't know what the actual sabotage was, but you're confident that the captain and Cassie were responsible because they didn't help out. I suppose if you want a simpler way to put it, I'd call them traitors, though, inactively. They made a choice, and that was to let us die. But they didn't have a choice. Look at this. You navigate through the menus on the Doctor's datapad that you still hold in your hand, working your way to Cassie's medical logs. All these entries for Cassie, all these scans and treatments, Dr. Rosarium's notes about her condition when I brought her down. Then there's the captain. You navigate through the Captain Barnabas's entry that shows the Doctor treating her shortly after you'd restored power. They weren't making a choice, they were incapacitated. Do you think the Doctor would have done all of this if it wasn't necessary, Lord? Are you trying to make us think that he was incompetent? I'm doing no such thing. But he may have made mistakes. That's right. You don't have anything against either of them. This whole thing's just been a big sham. You can carry out your vendetta. You'd sell us all out if it meant you could get ahead. That's not it. Vanessa stammers her defense. You can feel the atmosphere in the room change. Where you'd felt like you'd been on trial before, you can now sense the hostility shift from you towards Vanessa. All you need to do now is convince the crew to move against her, and Hey, but I've got a question for you, Dodgestar. Sure, Captain Lord here might not have all the answers, but it seems to me that at least she's moving in the right direction to figuring out who did all this. If it wasn't Queen of Bartimus, who was it, huh? I don't see who else could be. It could be. You jump into the defense like it seems a little bit. You get what I'm saying, don't you? That's right, Lieutenant. You've been willing to poke holes in what I've said, but I don't see you offering any other options to consider. The ship didn't just have a full systems failure on its own, you know, and I'm sure Dr. Rosarium didn't just decide to give himself a lethal dosage of electricity. You pause as everyone's attention turns back towards you. Vanessa was right. You couldn't show the crew it was something else, and the captain and Cassie would remain the only suspects. Well, it was... What's that, Lieutenant? Whenever you're ready. It was Hansen, no, someone else. It was. With the whole crew in your mind, realistically, you couldn't see it being a single one of them. No one had the means or the motivation. Then there was what you discovered during your investigation. I don't think it was anyone from the crew. I think it was someone else. That's a great, Lieutenant Dodgestar. How enlightening. Isn't that convenient? There wasn't anyone from the crew. It was some totally mysterious person who just happened to be on the ship and just happened to want to kill us all that we didn't know about. All makes sense. Shut up and listen to me. Instead of trying to blame it on people you have a grudge against, maybe you should have actually thought it through. Was anyone on this ship actually in a position to take advantage of anything when the blackout happened, or were we all taken by surprise? Is there even any sign that the cause of the blackout came from within the ship? Not that I've seen. Plus, the same thing happened to the Brian. Even their doctor was killed. Are you telling me that a member of our crew somehow did all that to two separate ships? The only thing both ships have in common is that machine sat in our hangar right now. Everything that's happened, it all comes back to that craft. Well, that's quite the theory you've got there, Lieutenant. Even though it relies on a mysterious saboteur we didn't know existed. Who we haven't even seen on the ship that's only big enough for 11 people. That's because they've been using the crawlways. The what? There's a crawlways that run all through the ship that were used by the maintenance team. Isn't that right, Chief? How'd you know about those? It doesn't matter. Am I right that someone could get around the entire ship without being seen using those crawlways? Without a doubt, there's only a few places they don't lead to. So someone somehow got on board the ship and is doing all this. What reason could they possibly have? Who is it, this person, that's the cause of all the problems? If they're not one of the crews, then. What exactly do you think they're after? Well, they're everyone looking towards you for an answer. You stall. When you came up here, your plan was simply being to prove that Cassie and the captain were innocent, and that she was twisting events to satisfy her own grudges. Now, though, she'd lumbered you with the burden of not just proving them innocent, but proving what had actually happened too. You could tell that despite everything you brought up, Vanessa still had some sort of plan to worm her way out of this, to keep the focus on Cassie, Captain, even you. Despite everything, this was still her game that you were playing. What's the intruder's motive? They're pirates! After Cassie. They're a spy. think they're a spy. Whoever this is, I think they're a spy. Oh, really? That's right. I could be this. It could be the Solar Federation testing some new technology to steal information from our ships. But now that we've caught them, their whole plan's gone up in our smoke, and they're trying to get rid of us. You know who those books you've got in your quarters are fiction, don't you, Lieutenant? What kind of spy travels all the way out to enemy territory only to get themselves taken on board an enemy ship in their state-of-the-art machine twice? When it could much more easily be someone already on the ship, like Bartimus or Quinn. Well, that's what I thought. And if they're not a spy, they're what, Lieutenant? Are they pirates? Are they after Cassie? Wait, are they after Cassie? I don't know their motives. But they raided the sick bay, right? They're pirates. Pirates have been getting more common ever since the war, and due to all the ships and armored frames they've been able to salvage. That machine in the hangar is not Terran, it's not Martian, it's definitely not JCF. It's got to be a pirate craft. That's why it doesn't work properly. Why the pilot's not following standard procedure when it comes to surrender. They could have lured us out here with those signals, try to capture whatever ships the JCF sent. But now their plan has gone wrong, and they're panicking. You take up a job as a writer, Lieutenant. Because all I'm hearing is you making up wild stories. Kathy's does that machine look like it could have been made using scavenge parts? Not using any parts I've ever seen. Dees, have you ever received any tactical reports that there are pirates anywhere near this area? No, nearly all pirates inside GCF territory come from the asteroid belt. Oh shit. Still confident it's pirates, Lieutenant? Well, this is the answer. Okay, after Cassie. Take a deep breath as you think about everything you've found out so far. You weren't entirely certain that you knew what was going on. It sounded ridiculous. It was your best option. Cassie. What? Whoever this person is, they're after Cassie. What the hell are you talking about? What I'm trying to say is... No, that's it. I've had enough. You're clearly making this up as you go along. This part, yes. You're spouting out whatever random thoughts come into your head, and hoping it sounds good enough to convince everyone that your precious Cassie is innocent. And now you're trying to make her look like the victim here, like this is all some conspiracy against her. Get a grip. I'm not listening to any more of this. Cruz, you know what to do. Hey, wait. Hanson, don't listen to her. You know I'm right. Chief. Dylan. Dalton, come on. There was something I missed in. Please, all you, just hear me out. Give it up, Dodgestar. It's over. Please, all of you, don't you want to know what's really going on? But we know there's someone aboard the ship. A 10 sounds fills a bridge. Well, there we have it, Lieutenant. It seems like... Wait. I want to hear the Lieutenant out. Thank you, Dalton. Ma'am. Did I ask for your opinion, Cadet? I didn't know, ma'am. Then stay quiet. Hey, don't talk to my cadet like that way. Don't you tell your captain what to do, Cathys. I want to hear what the lieutenant has to say, too. Same here. Seems like they were really getting to something. All right, all of you, shut up. No. And up for discussion. Cruz. Hey, sorry, Captain. I want to see where Dodgestar is going with this, too. All of you will... If you think someone's after Quinn, do you, Lieutenant? Why? Well, Chief? has a connection to them. Take a deep breath in. You still weren't totally sure, but with everything you've noticed, all the odd happenings that you picked up on, it felt like the only explanation. You still couldn't quite form a full picture of what was going on in your head, but you knew they were close to figuring it out. You knew that what you'd seen was important. There've been things happening that haven't made sense. On their own, they didn't seem like anything to worry about, but now they were here, they do. When I reactivated the Gundog's computer, I could hear the same signal that came over the bridge's comms just before the whole ship shut down, and Cassie collapsed. The whole thing went haywire. Everyone's crew reports were flashing up on the screen, but the only one that stayed was hers. Then the whole thing shut down. At that time, I thought the computer had been damaged by the sudden loss of power, but now I have to wonder, what if the signal was coming from the machine when it was on the O'Brien? Why would it focus on Cassie's file? She blacked out when she heard that signal too. She was the only crew member who seemed to be affected by it. It's her. Things keep happening to her. After Quinn, huh? But why? I can't explain what you're seeing, Lieutenant. The central computer shouldn't display any files in a fresh boot. Any previous session would have been lost when the power went off. Some of what you're saying, yeah, it does kind of look that way. This is absurd. None of those things show that it had anything to do with Quinn. She's not special. Good point there, Dodgestar. Quinn's just a lieutenant commander. What makes someone go to all this effort for someone like that when they could try for a captain or an admiral? What makes you think she's so important? Well, she was left alive. Killed the doctor, but left her sleeping, right? Something special about her. Quarantine. Think about it. They left her alive. Who left her alive? Whoever's on board the ship. When I got to the sickbay, the doctor was already dead. I didn't see anyone else around before I went into the sickbay. Whoever it was must have gone in at least a few minutes before me. If they were planning on killing off the crew, they'd have more than enough time to kill Cassie. But they didn't. She was left alive. Was killing the doctor a mistake because if they used a stun weapon? Because his cybernetics then shocked them and killed him? So maybe they didn't mean to kill the doctor. Maybe. She was left alive. Yeah, but it didn't kill you either. What if the doc was killed by accident or something? I only survived because Hansen raised the alarm after seeing me get attacked. It's a miracle that blow didn't kill me, and if Hansen hadn't hit the alarm, they'd have had a chance to finish me off. Why attack me and the doctor but leave Cassie untouched? They wouldn't have left her alone unless they wanted something. Why are you idiots even entertaining this? This is all so stupid. Now do as I say and... Pipe down, Lord. That's Captain Lord to... There could be a lot of reasons they didn't kill her, Lieutenant. Maybe because she was unconscious, so it wasn't a witness. You really reckon this all comes down to Quinn? Yes, I do. How can you be so sure? You can't be sure because it's all made up. Let him speak, Lord. Don't you think this could all just be a big coincidence or something? I don't think that at all because... They could have destroyed the Gundog, the main weapon, at any point. Well, the Gundog's still in one piece, right? Yeah, sharp observation there, Lieutenant. Good work. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about that craft or machine or whatever it is in the hangar. It destroyed the O'Brien in seconds, like it was nothing. When it came to the Gundog, though, it never fired on the ship, only our armored frame. Why wouldn't it just destroy the ship and then and there? You saw how powerful that weapon was, Cruz. Why didn't it destroy the Gundog? Why did all its systems go dead at the exact moment we'd fly into our own hangar? Why is the ship still functional when either that thing or something out there could knock it offline with a simple signal? There's all this, and then there's everything that's happened, all pointing to Cassie. Silence once again fills the bridge. Was this it? Did they believe you? Were they on your side, or had you missed something critical? Look, I know this sounds nuts, but after everything I've seen, you're onto something, Lieutenant. Chief, you think so? Gotta say, what you're putting forward is it tracks with everything that's happened. The timeline, what we've seen. With all that in mind, it seems like Quinn's definitely got herself caught up in something. Of course, if that's what's going on, then they're not going to stop now that they're so close. We're going to try something else. Yeah, I'm with you, the Chief, on this one. We need to do something. Figure out where this killer is. Going to take a bit to catch her up on what's going on, but if there's someone on the ship, they won't get away from us. Everyone, thank you. I know it's a lot to believe, but how are all of you so stupid? What is this crap? You believe that story? I really? Wow, gullible are you? How gullible are you? Stow it, Lord. Just admit you're wrong. I'm the only one here who isn't getting swept up in your lies. Cruz, as your captain, I order you to... Sorry, Lord, but I don't think you're gonna be captain much longer. Hey, space attorney achievement, nice. How dare you? Hey, that's how it rolls. So why don't you go take it easy and... Quick snatch of high-pitched note tones pierces the transit tensions, startling the crew and drawing their attention to one of the bridge's control stations. Haru's voice sounds out from the small speaker, audibly angry and confused. Lord, send crews down now. Remy, were those gunshots? Yeah, some freak bust out of Quinn's quarters and started shooting. Get crews down here now. You're the first to react, turning to your heels and sprinting towards the elevator. Where are you going? Get back here. You'd already slammed your hand against the elevator controls before Hansen or Vanessa even reacted. The door slides shut and you feel the downward motion of the elevator start. Haru had mentioned Cassie's quarters. You were right. Whoever they were after her. You just realized it's too late. Damn it. You slam your fist into the wall of the elevator just as the door slides shut. Slides open. The sound of gunshots rattles through the air, answered quickly by another burst of fire. First up against the corner of the entryway into the Forsyth thoroughfare, it's Haru, gun drawn. Bullets ricochet past them. As soon as there's a lull, they pivot around the corner, their finger a flurry on the trigger, as they fire a volley of shots. Haru, who is it? Hell if I know. Here's something happening in Quinn's quarters. And the second I open the door, this psycho jumps out and starts blasting. Cassie? You lean around the corner, trying to catch a glimpse of the attacker as Haru takes the opportunity to fire back. Definitely not Cassie. Ooh. Though, I know she's wearing a helmet and that could be fair, but it almost feels like maybe she has a sister. Maybe? Wait. Almost out of sight, slouched against the wall, leading to the crew quarters corridor is an unconscious Cassie. Cassie! What makes Cassie special? We don't know. Haru, stop firing. You might hit Cassie. Get real, Dodgestar. I'll stop when they do. As a deadly exchange between Haru and the attacker continues, The central hub fills with the stink of gunfire and hot metal. You let this carry on, only a matter of time until Haru accidentally shot Cassie. You draw your electroshock weapon from its holster and pivot around the corner. Taking an intruder alive might be your only chance of finding out exactly what was going on and why it was happening. You see your target standing directly in front of you. Take aim at the center of mass. You fire. What? But despite the shotgun striking the intruder squarely in the chest, nothing happens. Get back, idiot! You hear Haru shout just as he yanked you out of the four-side thoroughfare and back to cover. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hey, what's happening? As the elevator opens. This psycho's got me outgunned. Give me a hand, would you? Got you covered. As Hansen sprints out the central hub, you see him raise his machine gun and pivot, his finger on the trigger. He slides to stop in front of the entryway. Eat this! Hansen, no! You tackle Hansen just before he fires towards Cassie. Instead, he squeezes the trigger as he falls, bullet holes peppering the wall and ceiling. Dodgestar, what the hell? Cruz, he's heading into the hangar. Get off me, idiot! Hansen shoves you off him, and then two engines charged in the thoroughfare and through the door, leading to the hangar. You scramble to your feet and head after them. You barge past the ensigns and leap down each set of stairs. As soon as the gravity begins to lessen, you vault a railing and drop down to the bottom. Stop right there! You yell as you burst into the hangar. The woman stands in front of the huge massive machine and foam. What little you can see of her face is indifferent, unmoving. There's no sign of an expression at all. Can't even tell whether she's looking beyond the three green lights on the left of the her helmet. Each one glowing an eerie green, pointing towards you. Stop right there. You have nowhere to go. Just give up. The rest of the crew will be here any second. You can't get any way. You grit your teeth as your demand is met with silence. You glance to her side and see Cassie, slumped beside the silent figure. Cassie. Look, just let her go. We'll go easy on you. Uh-oh. That thing could break out whenever it wanted to? Fragments of foam cut through the air around you as the machine's prison is vaporized in an instant. Oh, that thing could break out whenever it wanted. Go. My voice is also starting to get tired. You're thrown back by the impact of the leg on the catwalk, only saving yourself from slamming into the hangar's rear wall by grabbing onto another nearby railing. Wait! Before you can recover, they grab Cassie, slip a mask over her face, and throw her over their shoulder before retreating with the machine's leg. In seconds, the pair disappear inside the hatch atop the craft. That closes as soon as they're through. You spring forward, kicking up the wall behind you, where you feel a sudden rush all around you, drawing you forward. You grab onto the catwalk's railings just in time. The hangar's door is opening. You brace yourself against the air, whipping past you, doing your best not to get dragged along with it into space. Dodgestar, what the hell's going on? We rarely get to see me. You hear Hansen yell over the rush of oxygen and glance back to see him and Haru hanging on the hangar's entryway. Get back here! This whole place is depressurizing. They're taking Cassie. Gotta get her out of there. You shout back, the torrent of air continuing to rush out of the hangar, snatching the words from your mouth as soon as you say them. What are you talking about? Get over here! feel the machine's steps reverberate around you as it stomps its way out of the hangar. Its engines ignite, and a searing blast of heat hits your back as it soars away from the gun dog. Give it up, Dodgestar. She's gone. Get back here. Cassie had been taken wherever that machine was, whoever its pilot was. She was with them now, hurtling away from the ship. Anson and Harbor remained clinging onto the doorway, gesturing for you to get out of there. Even if you could convince them to help Cassie, would Vanessa let them go in their armored frames? Maybe she was already ordering Dylan to fire on the craft. It's up to me. I've got to. I must. I must save Cassie. I must save her. I can't just let her go. She needs me. But I'll have to. I'll need to. I need to save Cassie. I need to save her. It's up to me. If I don't, no one else will. What? To save her, I have to. Pilot an armor frame. I have to save her. She needs me. She's counting on me. This is it. I'm going to save Cassie. I'm probably going to die, though. You. I'm going to save Cassie. Turn and bring your right leg up over the railing. Dodgestar, don't do it! The ensign lunges out to grab you, but he's too late. You throw yourself into the void of the hangar and are snatched away by the vacuum. Nailed it! Just managed to grab onto the Juno as you fly past it. Your arm nearly wrenched from its socket by the force. Despite the pain, you hang on and pull your way towards the access panel by the cockpit, fighting against the burst of air that continues to buffet against you as you input the series of commands to open the hatch. As soon as it opens, you clamber inside and grab the emergency oxygen mask, sealing it over your face as you activate the armored frame. I'm running low on water. Wait, I've got a little water ball over here. I feel like we're at the finale. Like, right on the curb cups, right on the edge of it. Possibly. In a combination of switches and buttons required to start the machine, you feel a dull rumble followed by a swell. And vibrations as the systems throughout the cockpit are eliminated one by one. You grip the flight sticks and squeeze, breathing deeply and slowly. You can do this. As you push down the pedal, the Juno walks forward, and you direct it to grab a machine gun from the nearby rack of weapons before turning to face the open hangar door. You peer at the main monitor, trying to locate the enemy craft among the stars, but are distracted as a window opens on the screen to your left, and a shrill voice yells at you from the monitor's speakers. Oh, hey! You in the Juno! I haven't given anyone position to launch. What, Lieutenant Dodgestar? What are you doing in there? Get back to the bridge. You've got a lot to answer for. Sorry, Lord. I'm going after Cassie. You're what? That's it. I knew you were a traitor. This proves it. Abandoning ship with your comrades, is it? JCF will hunt you down like the dogs for this. You press a single button on the screen, cutting off Vanessa's transmission. You couldn't care less about what she said or how she threatened you. You were done worrying. Everything you did now, you did for you, for Cassie. This is Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar. Kalik 5. Launching! It's come full circle. You slam both flight sticks forward, just as you'd watched Hansen do during his duel against the machine, sending your Juno tearing through space towards where you'd last seen the kidnapper's craft heading. There you are. You force your controls as far forward as they will go, demanding every last ounce of thrust available from the engines. The cockpit begins to shudder around you, but you don't let up. As a gap between your armored frame and the machine closes, it quickly becomes within visual range, and you notice it remaining still, almost like it had been suspended in space. In front of you, you see a strange shifting distortion, as though the space ahead of it had been torn open. You're not going anywhere. The twist of the flight sticks, the Juno banks right, and you bring yourself around in a wide arc, building up speed until... Give her back! Your head is still ringing from the impact, and you taste blood in your mouth, but you manage to regain control of your armored frame, raising its machine gun towards the enemy. Now! You're not able to get a shot off before the craft blasts away into space. Gritting your teeth, determined not to let it escape, you thrust the flight sticks forward again, and you're forced back against the seat of the Juno hurtles after the target. You can hear the engine begin to whine, and the machine monitor, the main monitor, is full of warnings and alerts, but you keep the controls where they are, not wanting to give the enemy a moment of reprieve. Slowly you gain on strange craft, and soon as you are within range, you squeeze the trigger on the right stick, holding it down to empty the gun's magazine. Each round slams on the enemy, a sustained series of impacts throwing it into a spin. There's more where that came from. You threaten beginning the process of reloading your gun. A grim grin in your focus, the targeting reticle, lining up your next volley. Wait. In an instant, the enemy turns, its snout-like protrusion already glowing brightly, the telltale bolts of energy emanating from the light within its weapon. It's all you can do to draw the controls back and slam your feet down on the pedals, trying to halt the Juno before it's caught in the deadly beam. My arm! Through luck more than skill, you managed to prevent the blast of energy from cleaving your Juno clean in half. But now alarms fill the cockpit, and your warnings clutter your monitors as you realize the armor frame's left arm has been sheared off. You struggle with the controls as your off-balance machine careens through space, its fine calibration is now thrown off by the loss of the limb. You manage to reorientate yourself, only to see the enemy's cannon pulsating with energy as it prepares another devastating shot. No. Damn it. Surprised you lasted this long, Dodgestar. Hanson, you son of a bitch. I never thought I'd be happy to see you. Not a bad effort for your first flight. Gonna catch hell from the chief for losing that arm, though. Hanson, what are you doing here? Out here. Saving your dumb ass. What does it look like? Why the hell did you chase this thing out here? I told you. It's taking Cassie. You're such a sap, Lieutenant. But you've got guts. Never thought I'd see the day when you stood up for yourself. If you want to rescue Quinn, get moving. I'll keep it here. Right. As soon as Hanson disappears from your monitor, his Juno is behind the enemy, grappling it. You waste no time in following him, struggling against the controls. Your ability to maneuver is limited, but you're thrust over to the craft, digging your frame's remaining hand into the gap between its armor. The actuator in the Juno's shoulder screech in protest as the enemy struggles against you, but you continue, not willing to stop now. Cassie. Wow. That is very Gundam. Cassie! AJ! She hasn't said anything in a long time. You pull Cassie into the Juno's cockpit, closing the hatch behind her. As you float together in the enclosed space, arms wrapped around each other, you savor the moment. If it was possible, you'd never let Cassie go again. But with a sigh, you release her, taking both her hands in yours. Cassie, are you alright? I think so. You can tell from the look in her eyes that she's still a bit dazed, but otherwise you can't see anything that worries you. Come on, I'm taking us back to the gun dog. You push off the cockpit ceiling and land in the pilot's seat, bringing her down with you. After the two of you are sat down, you strap yourselves back in, take a firm grip of the flight sticks. Hold on tight. We'll be there in no time. You gently push forward on the controls, easing the Juno's engines back into life. Cassie wraps her arms around you, nuzzling as far into your neck as she can, given that you're both still wearing emergency masks. You breathe a sigh of relief. The gun dog grows larger on your screen. As you slowly fly towards it, the enemy machine has been taken out. Cassie is back with you. Everything is alright again. What about the pilot? There might still be things to deal with when you get back to the ship, but at least Cassie is safe beside you. You let out another deep breath, unsure whether you want to laugh or cry. Instead, you relax, loosen your grip on the twin sticks, and gently resting your head on Cassie's, bringing your right hand up to slowly stroke her hair. Your armor frame continues its slow flight towards the ship. The only noise in the cockpit is the dull hum of the engines, vibrations, and both of you are breathing softly. AJ. You sit up slightly and look down at Cassie, who's still burying her face in the nook of your neck. Ow, you have a mask on, by the way, it hurts. You spoke so softly, you weren't even sure if she actually said anything. Until she begins to speak again. What's going on, AJ? I remember getting taken to my quarters. Then there was this woman, gunshots. Now I'm here. I think she wanted to take me somewhere. I could feel what she was wanted. It was going to be somewhere really far away. From you, from everyone. Continue to gently stroke her hair. Your fingers working with the strands to run gently down her neck and back. What happened? You're silent for a few moments, but eventually take your free arm and bring it around her shoulder, drawing her in tighter. I don't know. I don't know how to find out either. Whatever happens, I'll be here with you. I won't let anyone take you away again. I promise. You feel a gentle pull of the fabric on your shirt as Cassie balls her hands into fists, clenching material between her fingers and palms. I love you, AJ. Puke. Aww. I love you too. That's the first time you said that to me. She draws her hands back from behind her and presses her palms against your chest, her face still hidden. Stare down at her, your heart full. As you gaze down on her, she begins to squirm and fidget, once again clasping the material of your shirt in her hands as she balls them into fists. I love you too. With her pressed against you, it's easy to feel Cassie tense up for just a second before her whole body relaxes. It's so obvious that she's relieved that you can almost feel it. After another brief stretch of silence, she sits up, looking you in the eyes, hers moist with tears. AJ. What the hell? Another one? Yes, definitely not Earth or Martian. Damn it. Or you can react, this new craft, identical to the one you just tore Cassie from, is upon you. The claws at the end of its leg-like limbs clasping tightly around the Juno's torso. You fight for controls, causing the armor frame's engines to scream as you push them to their limits, attempting to escape the machine's grip. Hanson, Dalton, anyone, help! Alarms blaring from the cockpit speakers and warnings filling your screens. It's almost impossible to make out what's happening. You're just about keeping you and Cassie out the rift in front of you, but even that is straining the Juno's engines to the point where you know they can't take much more. Just go, AJ. What? Cassie, I can't leave you. It's me they want. I can feel it. Tears of joy that had filled her corners of her eye now run down her cheeks, having turned to sadness. They're not going to stop until they have me. Take a rescue buoy and eject. Let me go. No, I'm not leaving you. More tears flow down her face as she grasps at your chest. You have to. You won't stop. You can't win. Just let me. I said no. Take a hold of Cassie by the shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. You know she's right. You can't win. But you're not giving up now. I told you no one was going to take you away from me. So I'll come with you to the portal. How about that? I mean, that's what I'd do, probably in this scenario. Get captured as well. If they're taking you, they're taking me too. Yep, that's the logic I was expecting. You grab Cassie with one arm and slam the flight stick forward, sending you speeding towards a sheer in space. A roar, you all plunge into the rift. You don't know why it wants Cassie. You don't know where it's taking her. But you know one thing. You won't be alone. AJ Dodgestar. Come on, wake up, AJ. I'm assuming that's Cassie. That's it, wake up. You're alive, you're alive. Wait, Brim the gun dog? What? Huh? What? I thought I'd lost you. Cassie? Oh, darling, thank God. Welcome back to the land of the living, Lieutenant. Aru? That's a whole carton of smokes you owe me, Cruz. What? What's... Yeah, whatever. Didn't think Lieutenant was gonna be this tough. Guess you're full of surprises, huh, Dodgestar? What's going on? Me and Cruz had a bet on whether you were gonna make it after we popped your cockpit hatch and found you slumped over the controls. He figured you used up all your luck up. Not me though. Lieutenant, I knew you wouldn't let something like that take you out. You've been showing... You've got serious guts recently. That's obviously not what she's asking about. What he's asking about. Yeah, me. As Cassie and the ensign squabble, try to marshal your thoughts and memories, and everything feels disconnected, jumbled. Simply thinking feels like trying to find something in a dark room with no gravity. I remember going out to save you. There was this rip in space or something. I went into it and you saved me. That's what happened. You sit up and place your face in your hands, massaging your temples. With your thumb, try to get rid of the feeling that your thoughts might fall out at any moment. Hey, I think you mean to say I saved you. You're welcome, by the way. I saw you charge your head first into one of those weird glowing things. Didn't know what was going to be in there, but I knew you wouldn't survive if I left you to it. So, like a good crewmate, I went in after you and dragged you and Quinn back out. Brought you here. You do the same for me, right? Honestly, at the start of this game, no. But now, sure. You reach out and grab a nearby railing, pulling yourself up to your feet. As you do, the sensation in your head being flooded with thoughts and memories intensifies. You steady yourself, but keeping your focus feels like trying to carry a glass full of whatever's being filled to the brim without spilling any. Wasn't this... Take it slow, honey. Don't rush. You sure you're ready to be up and about, Lieutenant? You sure? Yeah, I'm fine. You push away from where you were stood, but trip, falling unceremoniously to the catwalk and slamming your forearms and knees onto the walkway. Ah, that sting. AJ, are you okay? Alright, only so much of this I can watch. Come on, Quinn, I'll grab Dodgestar. Let's get him up to the mess hall. Maybe a coffee will sort him out. Right, thanks. Hanson comes over to you and brings your arm up over his shoulders, hoisting you up without much delicacy. As you head towards the hangar's exit, Cassie follows close behind you, her hand resting tenderly on the small of your back. Once you're near the stairs, you move away from Hanson and begin to make your way up towards the four-side thoroughfare, each step becoming easier as you will yourself to walk unsupported. I also thought the game was going to end when I went through the portal. Cassie, what's happening on the ship? With Lord and... Hey, AJ, less talking, more walking. We'll fill you in later. Don't worry about that right now, honey. You look around the four-side thoroughfare and see everything looking shockingly normal. You didn't know what you were expecting to be out of the ordinary, but seeing the thoroughfare as it has always been, is same liminal peacefulness surrounded by the general hum of the ship's subsystems made you feel reassured. There's probably some gunshot holes somewhere. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard for things to go back to how they were. It takes you longer than usual, but Cassie follows patiently behind you until you reach the mess hall. Alright, take a seat, you two. I'll grab some coffee. Hanson being nice is weird. You sit down still woozy as Hanson orders 2 coffees. From the fan mate. Cassie sits beside you, gently rubbing your back as you try to get your head to stop spinning. There you go. Take it easy and drink up. I'm sure Captain Bartimus has a lot of questions for you. Captain Bartimus? What about... Ah, there you are, Lieutenant Commander Quinn, Lieutenant Dodgestar. Ah, ma'am. Ma'am. At ease, you two. But, Captain, what are you doing here? What about the ensigns? What about Lord? What about Lord? Lord? Ah, yes, Lieutenant Lord's little diluence with command. Thanks to Chief Cathy's, it's been dealt with. Chief? Something I can help you with, Lieutenant? Captain Barmus said that you dealt with Lieutenant Lord? I resent being made to sound like an issue on the daily maintenance log. Thank you very much. Lord? You sprung to your feet, your head snapping back between the two ensigns. Trying to figure, trying to see who'd make a move first. What are you... Honestly, Lieutenant, don't make this so awkward. I'm here to apologize? Come on now, Lieutenant. Let's hear you say it. Let's hear you say it. Apologize. It seems that based on what happened in the Forsyth Thoroughfare, your actions out in space, what I was told by the crew, I made a mistake. So I thought I'd apologize. Sorry, Captain, Lieutenant Quinn, Commander Quinn, everyone. Oh, that's okay. I didn't even realize anything was going on. Yeah. I've been so zonked on painkillers, I slept through most of everything. What has been going on? Well done, Lieutenant Lord. That was very big of you. That smirk of, like, satisfaction of getting Lord knocked down a few pegs. So then, I'm sure we can all agree to put this matter behind us. Put this behind us? Sensation of being lost in the shoal of your own thoughts returns and you can barely grasp the situation. Was that it? After everything that happened, Vanessa apologizes, the captain agrees to move on. Really? Are you alright, Lieutenant Dodgestar? You're not looking very well. Honestly, this could be a hallucination for all I know. Captain, just what is going on? This is also... I think you should calm down, Lieutenant. Whatever happened to you out in space seems to still be having something of an effect. You could probably do with eating something. Now, there's an idea. Why don't we all sit down for a meal together? As a crew. Chief Cathy's, gather everyone up, would you? I'm on it, ma'am. Alright then, who's first? A loud noise, like the combination of a growl and a gurgle, fills the room, causing everyone to look towards Cassie. Well, it has been a while since I ate anything. Any chance of a burger? Of course, Commander. Followed up by your favorite, a pineapple salad. Unless I'm mistaken. Oh wow, I didn't know you knew. That's perfect, Captain, thanks. You never thought you'd see the captain happily begin ordering meals for the crew from the bandmate, but she does just that, listening to Cassie's instructions and her burger preferences. You slowly slide back into your chair, cautiously eyeing the two ensigns and Vanessa. There's no way she wasn't planning something. It had to all be... Hey! Lieutenant, good to see you. Oh, Dylan, hey. Pretty crazy watching you go toe-to-toe with that thing there. Fought almost as well as Hansen. No way. I mean, not bad for an amateur, but the lieutenant's got nothing on me. Lieutenant Dodgestar, Commander Queen, you're safe. I was worried about you guys. That thing looked tough. Ah, thanks, Cadet. But you had nothing to worry about with my hero, AJ. Was there to save me. There we are, Commander. This is surreal right now. I don't know if this is real. Or I died. This is a weird dream. Thanks, Captain. The noise of the entire crew chattering, filling the mess hall. You find it hard to think. Your thoughts remain difficult to line up. Instead, flowing like mercury. As you watch Cassie raise the burger to her mouth, the memory does bubble to the surface. Wait, Cassie, you can't... Huh? What do you mean? Your, stomach, remember? The doctor said... There's nothing to worry about, Lieutenant Dodgestar. I made a mistake in my diagnosis. Diagnosis. The synthetic food was not the issue. You're dead! This is not real. Dr. Rosarian, thank you for joining us. I'm... Doctor? You once again bolt out of your seat in shock. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? You were dead. I saw you. We saw you. You can't be here. Ah, I understand. No one else on the ship is qualified physician, Lieutenant. Therefore, no one was qualified to assess if I was really deceased. Fortunately, the injury was not as severe as had been assumed. But Yeah, come on, Lieutenant. You're killing the mood. Doc's fine. Wouldn't be up and walking about if he wasn't, right? Yeah, take it easy, Dodgestar. But they made the room cold to preserve his body. Are you feeling okay, honey? Do you want to go to the sick bay for a lie down? Yeah, honey. Do you want to have a little nap? That's more Hanson. Be quiet, Ensign Cruz. Your mind is a maelstrom at this point. Everything feels wrong. But it's all happening. It's all right in front of you. How can you argue with that? Come on, honey. Have some fries. You shake your head at the offer, placing your head back in your hands. Cassie starts rubbing your back again, although quickly begins eating her fries with her spare hand. Well, that's the Cassie we know. The crew eventually start to chatter among themselves again, while Captain Mears takes orders and retrieves meals from the bandmate, serving them with a level of cheerfulness that continues to leave you disquieted. There, I believe that's everyone. Oh, before I get started with my meal, Commander, I was hoping you could help me out with one thing. Oh, sure, Captain. What's up? The ship's emergency input codes. Are they generated and adjusted regularly, or is it specifically prior to departure? Are they emergency input codes? Are they generated and adjusted regularly, or is it specifically prior to departure? Why would you ask that? We're being mind probed right now, aren't we? Come on, Captain, you know that. You're the one that sets them, after all. The music's changing. Distorted. Well, it's initially prior to departure, then every 5 days or per enemy encounter. Whichever comes first. Of course, thank you, Commander. No problem. Since the captain asked when. Oh, yes, Fidesta? At what distance do we typically start transmitting our security clearance? Prior to announcing we intend to dock at a colony. Oh, no, we've been captured. What are these questions? Oh, that's specific, I mean... And once we've been cleared for approach, is our docking confirmation signature specific to the ship, or does it depend on a combination of factors? Hey, you're just a cadet. I don't think you need to know that. What's the makeup of a Europa garrison force? Okay, Haru, you'd know that one. Guys, I'd really like to finish my burger now, if you don't mind. What's the target time for a colony defense forces mobilization? Well, you look up to see the whole crew staring at Cassandra, a look of malevolent intent in her eyes. Do they just want her because they need information? Does the JUACF implement a series of local data stores, or is it transmitted across a large-scale network? Guys, what frequencies are emergency requests transmitted on? What are you asking this for? Guys, how extensive are the JCF's nuclear capabilities? Leave her alone. Guys. This isn't real. I mean, me and Cassie are real. Yeah, saw that coming. Water. Another failure. Which incompetent calibrated this engram harvester? It's not stable enough. We've been having difficulties with ensuring that the harvesting process is suitably. I don't care what you're having difficulties with. Rewrite the program to be more concurrent with the query context. Don't run it again. Understood. We've had enough time to develop this. These failure rates are inexcusable. We've got to gather these clones neural pathways mapped. Wait, we've got these gather clones neural pathways mapped out. This should be simple. It's bad enough that Unit 00 jump drive malfunctioned. Are you telling me we can't even get the information out of a gather reliably? Well, she'll keep for the time being. At least we'll have time to finesse the system before we start receiving more. What about the other one? The other what? The other sample. The one that Hunter captured alongside this gatherer. Oh, him. I'd hoped that having him in the simulation with the gatherer might help, since they seem to have some sort of relationship. Unfortunately, since his DNA isn't compatible with Mother AI, we can't run a specific engram and harvester. Shouldn't we be able to run a linear review in real time? If you want to waste your time, be my guest. Hopefully, going through the recent events, again from his perspective, could uncover some more information. You're certainly welcome to try. If you do find anything permanent, notify me immediately. Understood. Oh, one more thing. Do we have the output of the engram harvester we carried out on the additional subject? Confirmed. It's been archived. Under which digital node? It's in the default mode network. Node. I don't know why this is important. 876 047 907. Nani? Wait. To reclaim what isn't right. To reclaim what is the right of the people and their. It's hard to read this text. Their people in their home. Her part of. We must all. Where's the Mother AI? What the frick? Huh? Excellent. Send me that reference. It might be useful for review later. Now, run this one again. Once you started her engram harvest, you can do the same with the others. Understood. Nani? See what happens to Cassandra and Knowledge's power. May 6, Splinter Counter 214. Huh? Ripple Colony 01, Jovian Fleet, only Fleet 2nd Military Court. Oh, fair water. Now that we're all here, we can begin. Chapter 14. I feel like I need to leave it there. I don't know if that's... I thought that would be the ending. But I think this might even be a very short epilogue. I don't know. I'll give it 30 minutes. Because I don't want to just like go for another hour. Because it's already like, I've been going over 5.5 hours. And I've managed to save it here, so... That was chapter 9 and chapter 14. How many chapters does this game have? That's the question I want to know. But my voice is kind of dying, so I think maybe I'll do one more stream of this, which might end up being super, super short if this is like the real world now. Wait, actually, let's finish it on. Knowledge is power. How many achievements are left? Finish the game. Mission luck received. Court martial. 6 hidden achievements. So actually, it might still have a bit to go. Maybe. I'm getting hungry. That's the problem. Okay, now we'll just wrap it up here, and if I'll do one more stream of this. And then I'll, if it's super, super short, then we can do something else. I have a feeling that it's probably going to be like, or I thought the journey back home would be quiet, but that's, we'll find out, I guess. But what the, that was crazy. That took a weird turn. I'm very curious. That finishes, but I'm gonna wrap it up for today, unfortunately. I'll be back to tomorrow though. I'm gonna finish off the Daisy Ogre high grade. Actually, let's do this. I'll finish up the Daisy Ogre high grade tomorrow, and then yeah, I'm gonna put this on the schedule again for next week because I thought I'd be done, honestly. But no, I'm not done. That surprises me. But hey, this is such a, you just want to keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. Finding places to stop is the crazy part. Interesting, I just looked up, I can just see the achievements, like I'm like on Steam right now because I've closed the game. And it's like 34% of seen what knowledge is power. Interestingly enough, only 14% of every game the crews trust. Interesting. So what I've seen everyone saw, but getting the crews trust, apparently only a handful of us have done that. I wonder if other people, oh, there's gotta be other achievements for other like endings and stuff. This game is interesting. But I think I'll have to wrap it up here, unfortunately. Is one, I'm hungry, and two, my throat's going to die if I keep talking because I'm running out of water. I even have to grab my more bottle of head next to my bed. Just so I don't go completely dry. Yeah. But I'll wrap it up here. We'll put. Well, we're gonna do Gunplay tomorrow. Finish off the Daisy Ogre high grade, just do the final details of that. And then next stream after that will be Friday. I'll probably put schedule it Thursday evening for the following week. So we can finish off this because I feel like there's probably not much left to do. I feel like I'm right on the cusp of ending, but again, I thought that already. Weird, because I've seen people like when it first came out going, oh, the game's surprisingly short. I'm like, I've had 14 hours since playtime, 14 hours. Bet you there's like 1 hour left. Potential. I suppose it depends on how long it takes you to read and how thorough you are. But yeah, like 70% achievement. I have 70% of the achievements, so that's pretty good. I think what we'll do is where should we go raid? Who to go raid? That's the question. You know what? Go raid Mario plays some Minecraft. Do that. I think. Because I noticed I'm the only person streaming this game right now because it makes sense. Visual novel. It's been out for. Wait, when did this game come out? Like a month at this point. I've been playing it every other week. Actually, probably more than that now. Right, raid. Following. Where are we? There we go. Maru Malandra. It should be more for 4 hours. Huh? Cool. Swing my Maru. Ugh. And then I'm gonna guzzle down some more water and get some food. My voice is going. But God, this game is so well written. It's so great. I need to finish this soon and not leave it like every other week what I've been doing. So no, I'm definitely on the next one because I feel like I'm so close to the ending. I want to see this finale. How the story ends. It'll be cool. It'll be great, I think. Anyway, have an awesome day. Have an awesome week. And I'll see you tomorrow again for Gunpla. Until then, see you in Cosmos. Dodgestar, sign out.